Who's ready for a history lesson? Because class is in session and it's time to see who gets schooled.
Pennsylvania. One of the original 13 states, known for the drafting of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, and the pinnacle Battle of Gettysburg. But today, Pennsylvania is writing a new chapter. From Lancaster, Philadelphia, Harrisburg, and more. Over 30 teams battled over the last 8 weeks to represent their schools. The top 8 teams fought in the quarterfinals. And now, the final 4 remain. This is the PIEA Championship.
Hello and welcome, everyone, as we find ourselves today in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania at the Whitaker Center for the Fall 2021 PIEA State Esports Championships. Today, we bring to you the semifinals and grand finals to see who will claim the championship title of this fall season. I am your caster, Rich Rad, here with the mighty LaFawn, and my friend, I am excited to see and be alongside you for this conclusive day of Overwatch.
And speaking of exciting, we get to see finally some excellent Overwatch action underway here in just a moment, Rich Rad, as we see the players setting up. It's going to be a great day.
It really is, and we're going to be heading on down to see Bob Hauer give us some insight from the boots on the ground.
Welcome to the 2021 PIEA Fall Championships at the Whitaker Center for the Science and Arts in the state capital of Pennsylvania, Harrisburg. My name's Bob Hauer. You are about to witness the culmination of hours of practice, sacrifice, and mounting challenges for 4 teams to reach one goal. Our teams have the opportunity to enjoy an amazing venue. Wait until you see our teams sit at the foot of a 4-story tall, 70-foot wide screen in front of an expected capacity crowd who themselves will be immersed in the action. Our first game is Overwatch. Our teams will play a best of 5, with the previous game's loser choosing the map and the winner picking a side. Our teams have survived a 7-week regular season and a 16-team playoff to get here. Second place isn't an option. Let's go inside.
Exciting to see as we do take a look at the Overwatch format single elimination bracket as we continue since Wednesday, best of 5 the whole way through. We've got that whole map list below, and we are excluding our 2 maps of Horizon, Lunar Colony, and Paris. And as we have done on Wednesday, we will continue to start with Nepal today for this first semifinals game. And LaFawn, they're fighting for some amazing gloating rights and just being able to be, proud of their victory, but they're also getting some lovely prize pool money as well.
They are indeed, right? Glory is nothing to scoff at all, but a prize is definitely at stake here as well. For first place, $1,700 for our victors. Coming up for the runners-up, it would be $800 in scholarship prizing. So definitely a lot on the table here as we get a quick look at our bracket. How we're going to get there, it remains to be seen. Our first match of the day, of course, Manheim Township versus LaSalle College, followed by Susquehanna versus Conrad Weiser, to see who gets to be those final 2. And certainly setting up to be a very, very good day here with the matches we have on the docket.
And we're looking to see that history doesn't repeat itself, at least from what happened Wednesday. We had all 3 O's throughout the day, but we have reached a point of where we've gotten the upper echelon of these 4 teams, where, again, it is something to be extremely proud of, working their way into these semifinals to be fighting for that #1 spot in the grand finals afterwards. And, we've got some big names that we talk about. Manheim is probably one of the more bigger ones that we highlight, especially because of how last season had continued.
Yeah, this is a team that has already sort of ignored their demons of the past, so to speak, right? They came in second last season, unable to fully take over Garnet Valley. This time around, they beat them in the quarterfinals, so that's one side of it gone. Now they're trying to play for that top spot.
Absolutely. And, with how we've seen a lot of this play on Wednesday, the types of compositions and what they're looking to bring into this, I'm really excited to see how going against a team like LaSalle College High School, a more formidable opponent, again, also claiming a 3-0 in that quarterfinal segment to really start to put Manheim into a position of having to, be prepared for a challenging competitor, because we could probably say out of most of the games that were on Wednesday, they were a little bit more one-sided. So some competition today is definitely going to escalate for these four teams.
Yeah, and I don't expect we're going to see a mirror of the quarterfinals, right? I don't expect to see those 3-0s come into play. I think these are going to be very close matches as we kind of get set underway here. We did highlight that Nepal is going to be map number 1, and that really opens up a lot of opportunities for these teams to come out of the gate swinging, so to speak, right? Come out with that aggressive tempo, highlight real plays, and then try and take that early lead in the series to give themselves the advantage moving forward.
And it's an opportunity, too, to really set the tempo and set the foundation going into today. And it's also really exciting to see all those clips. You can see as we were talking with all those players excited to be there in person. I know for a lengthy duration, it has all been remote with the way that the world is, but it's exciting to get them all back alongside one another. And it really does bring an entirely different level of competition and just this different energy and aura when you're in person. And LaFawn, you being a previous competitive player and coaching, that feeling when you're in a live space like that.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, aside from how we expect the games to kind of play out, I hope these players take the experience from this, because it is unlike anything else you're going to have the opportunity to experience going forward. Playing on stage, playing with your teammates in proximity, playing against your opponents in a situation like this really brings out the best in competitors. And, I, for one, expect big things from these players as a result. You can see them setting up there on the stage. The excitement levels just cannot be rivaled, right? When you have a big play, your teammates are right there cheering you on, and getting to see how the game plays out in front of you is truly without peer in how it kind of goes down.
And it's exciting to really be in this environment again and hoping to see more of it. And just also, again, a little bit of that, we like to say competitive talk amongst your opponents with a little bit of jabs here and there, but it gives that type of camaraderie between the two that are on stage presently. And again, there are so many family members and individuals tuning in and supporting all of these both on location and remotely, which again is super amazing for them, because this is just the high school segment of it, is that we've seen so much of collegiate. This is where collegiate can take from, watching events like these individuals being able to demonstrate their skill levels in this game, the next up and coming individual to grow into potentially collegiate level play. And from what we've seen, a lot of collegiate has really entered into a contenders level and even worked their way into our level rosters, which we've even seen come from some of our big names that we've seen in collegiate. So it starts down in this position from the high school level, that foundation of new players and opportunity for growth in their career.
Yeah, and when we speak about growth, right, we speak about players, there's a two-factor part of this, right? You're not just approaching the competitive aspect of it. There's the educational aspect of it that we, have kind of touched on in a couple of the previous broadcasts, but really is, I think, a focal point with our young competitors here. It's a big difference, right? Being able to kind of play for your school, get that experience, in esports is a tremendous boon to a lot of these young competitors.
And to have that value of education while still being able to compete in this type of way is a great cohesive environment. I wish back when I was in high school and being able to, play esports and be able to do my academics, that would be absolutely fantastic if I could go back a decade or two.
It truly is, as someone who, just to reiterate, as someone who's been able to do that as part of my, educational process, being able to be a competitor in this space, being able to play, in environments like this, it's been a long, hard road, right? We heard at the from our wonderful host Bob that getting a chance to play in an environment like this, in this venue, the stage, getting the crowd in front of you, having them react to your big plays, right? In the moment, they're going to be able to experience that. And then these are memories they'll be able to have for, the rest of their lives, in all honesty. Spectacular stuff as we see, even as we look across the cameras right now, they're having fun, they're laughing, they're getting ready. Sure, it's a competition. They're absolutely going to be excited to get in the game and give it their best performance. But already you can see them just enjoying the moment that they have set up here.
And it's so, you can just see with the joy on their face that it's just so real and vibrant, and they're just waiting to do so. I mean, again, just having that type of because again, with me, like I played a lot of football, a lot of soccer, and didn't have esports in the realm of back when I was in school. But again, it is that energy, and it is that, feeling of almost just power and like main stage presence that you get. And you can see it. I guarantee you all those individuals cheering from the crowd, just making them feel awesome. You can see just some hyping it up, about to go into the game. We should be entering in just a moment. And I mean, it's these moments that you really live for these high school individuals. And, being able to have a moment like this, whether it's something they continue on in years to come, or if it's something that they lavish in now, and like you mentioned, make a historical moment in their life with it.
That's exactly the case. I mean, I not to draw, we get to see the excitement from here in the caster booth, but staring at looking at the camera, waving, hyping the crowd up. It's great. It really is, and I'm excited to see. Now that we've kind of the players are kind of steadying in, right? I would expect this first map to be extremely explosive as a result, right? The energy is in there. It is a combination of adrenaline and nerves a little bit, for these players, but that will translate into a very up-tempo game, right? A very fast-paced, exciting game. And I think, coming into this now, we're going to get to see how well do they react under that pressure, right? Because this is a very tense, as fun as it is, absolutely, still very tense. And I'm definitely excited to see how they kind of approach it as we, as they kind of get into map number 1.
And, you touch on that adrenaline that's going to be just injected into every one of them for this moment. It's also one of those things where you kind of have to take a moment and also keep that level head. You can't allow that adrenaline to overwhelm you in the moment to where you start becoming too, let's say, overzealous in your aggressive calls. That could leave you in a position of where you find yourself vulnerable. So there's a ton of different things when it comes to that of, yes, it's fast tempo, but do you find yourself gaining weaknesses because of that and, allowing yourself to be a little bit more exposed to capitalization?
And that's the question that the entire regular season, the playoff bracket up to now, is going to have answered, right? Do you have that metal under fire, so to speak? But that being said, we are now in map. Nepal is underway. The teams have locked in their selections, and Rich Rad, our semifinal number 1, begins now.
Doors opening as it's Manheim Township versus LaSalle College High School, both going vigorously on to this point to see who they can get the initial take. And you can see already some of the big highlights we want to talk about is we had a lot of action coming out from Widow Only, R. Santana, along with Wet Napkin and Tropics. They were some big, significant players in this as they already have Manheim posturing towards the position, but LaSalle takes that capitalization first. Already on the point, overwhelmed with aggression, little bit careful and cautious to hold on as the dive comes through. Now Manheim aggressing in the back. Widow Only getting that massive value again consistently on this position and just dropping down from on high to clean up.
And this is something that shows that Manheim Township is prepared for their opposition. We saw Wet Napkin use the Junkrat prolifically in the games yesterday, or in the games in the quarterfinals, I should say. And Widow Only opening up on the far is a big pick, right? You don't have that range damage. We're going to see the double hit scan come in, but Widow Only has the barrage online at the first fight.
You can see this nice patient play around the pillar, looking to see if they can re-engage this. Tesla cannon damage breaking through some of the shield that is presented by Sagi. Nice reaction to the rocket barrage, but the fact that it gets the support play, Mercy is eliminated. That was going to be a domino effect, and even a click cleanup over the edge of it gets them, prevent the extra percentage and not get the environmental kill. So it's going to be now 40+% for Manheim.
Yeah, that's a clean first fight. And now you start to see the snowball effect come into play here. Manheim Township has the resources to work with. Both support ultimates are online. Both tank ultimates are online. And LaSalle College are fighting to get this Graviton Surge available. Kachow will likely open with the Ant Matrix, but that's not going to be enough to really dissuade the aggression from the tanks here.
Now with the High Noon also available, you do see the engagement. Ooh, Immortality Field's actually already been expended. They get a quick advantage early. Santana gets a double instantly onto this, and you just see Manheim playing this so strategically on every dive. Their coordination is precise in every moment.
And the impressive thing from that, too, is that was only one ultimate from Manheim Township, right? Overwatch is a bit of a game that's based around those resources, and now coming into what could very well be the final fight of this round, Manheim Township has 4 check marks, slowly ticking up to that 5, and Citrus Fruit already halfway to the next nano boost here, as Gedjo needs to land a massive Graviton Surge.
Absolutely. With 10 seconds now to go before it reaches the overtime, you have to be aggressive to get to this point. But in doing so, Widow only still going to be able to rain a lot of damage. Nice cross position with Wet Napkin having it, but a self-destruct. Oh, and they get knocked into it from the Primal Rage. Nobody can even contest. And Manheim Township coming in with such dominance in this round 1.
That is poise under pressure, Rich. There's no other way to put it. Manheim Township look like they've been here before. The cleanliness with the attack runs, the fact they read their opposition's composition before the the round even starts. These are prep work that looks so strong for Manheim Township, and that's going to give them a well-earned 100-0 on that first round as they now set up. And look at this. They're now going to the rush composition to mirror out LaSalle College, the teleport from Santana to get to the point quicker, and then they'll be able to play that spam damage on the objective with the May wall sectioning things off. LaSalle College doesn't have that ability to deny damage as they're running both the Reaper and the Junkrat. So all damage for LaSalle College, Manheim Township with a little bit more area control available.
And again, with that adjustment, the one thing I'm really looking at is Wet Napkin with this Junkrat. There has been some significant advantages being gained with that much damage that can be expended on the opposing side. And you're going to actually have Manheim Township looking to just take the objective more quickly and already posture towards down below with the Symmetra, putting those turrets inside to prevent any sort of easy dive into this. So from this high ground position, Wet Napkin moving in with the rest of the squad to try and get some shots onto the Diva play. Aggression as well from Tropics with the Reaper dropping down below. Victory Rose can't manage to survive and gets demeched underneath. This beam, though, is going to be extremely helpful for Manheim to stabilize through it. And they're actually going to be... Oh, actually, there's a disconnect as well here, it looks like, for LaSalle College.
Yeah, this is going to be unfortunate. The point does tick over to Manheim Township, but they should have this fight. They probably had this fight even to begin with. We'll see if they're able to recover here, as Manheim Township still don't have full control. That's a couple of kills to LaSalle College, and they're keeping this fight going.
Yeah, they're actually going to look for the re-engagement here, again, with the Earth Shatter to try and counter. We do finally get the pause coming through with it, since they were still in that engagement, typically trying to wait until after the conclusion of it. But at this point, for how long it was drawn out, I'll go ahead and enter in with the pause. But you mentioned it. Manheim Township was already claiming a decent level of dominance early going into that point, having that stability and defensive advantage underneath, especially with the Symmetra sentry turrets already placed on the inside. So you had an easy advantage. And, LaSalle had an opportunity to rotate as they did up top, getting the DMEC as well, but they really couldn't execute further because of just how well Manheim's defense was.
Yeah, and actually something that we have to kind of talk about is Santana's Symmetra play there, because that was a big difference maker in that engagement, right? The teleporter, obviously, to get to the objective fast, but on top of that, the turrets were placed on the corners of the map. Actually, on the corners of the map that was closest to where the fight was being taken. So even as Victoria Rose was taken out of mech, the turrets were able to punish anyone trying to come into the objective. The cleanup was always going to be there. So smart play by the GPS players of Manheim Township to give themselves that early control.
Mm-hmm. And, with this, couple of ultimates that were so rapidly put online, I mean, the Earth Shatter is a very, very large asset to use instantly when you try to just clean up the last part of it. And there was already a good 27% gain going into that first initial point. So it does give them a nice step ahead into this control map, since they've already managed to claim the first round. So hopefully, in this, they're able to try and stabilize. But once we do get LaSalle College High School back online, reconnected, and that support play is going to be able to assist. A little bit of a challenge, too, we talk about when you have that disconnection. You lose the ultimate of Conrad that you gained. But as a support play, that could be so challenging to try and recover from. So there's going to need to be a lot of coordination from LaSalle College High School to get back into this next engagement.
Yeah, I will say, considering the game state right now, the point's only going to be up to about 40% by that next take. So you're going to have the Graviton Surge as well. Gedjo has been doing a ton of damage on the Zarya. So there is an opportunity, a window of opportunity, pardon the pun, to get a foothold on the objective on their next attack run. So it's not like things are out of control just yet for LaSalle College. Something that we want to talk about also as we kind of get further into the series is the matchups from these players, right? Because this is going to be a big part of how the games kind of resolve in the future. Considering the DPS players specifically, because these are this is a matchup that I think is going to make the biggest difference in this series.
And, again, as we look at as a whole, just the intensity is going to continue to climb, and really look at those important matchups between it as we do get some, applause around. You can see that everyone cheering it on as we hope to get that reconnection back here in just a moment. But overall, the other thing too is just Manheim coming out with such dominance in this initial map again is kind of laying that foundation. We talked about it. They already had, overcome one of their demons by getting rid of Garnet Valley High School, and they want to continue on and claim the title that should have, from what many had stated, theirs rightfully in the last season, LaVon. So, when you're going against a team of LaSalle College High School, they're going to be competitive, but Manheim's feeling confident in this first map.
And I think they rightfully should, right? There is, I think being, falling prey. It's one thing to say, they've kind of played up against their former, the team that took them down formerly. But I think also, from a competitor standpoint, you have to kind of put that past you because, that conversation, sure, it's good to kind of, realize what went wrong, kind of adapt and resolve it. But I think at the end of the day, the real kind of winning mentality is to just put it behind you. It's no longer, it's in the past, and kind of take one step at a time in the upcoming series. So in that sense, I think Manheim Township has done a fantastic job of stabilizing themselves in that mental game.
And that mental game, and even after things, kind of like this, the mental game of dealing through the technical difficulties, these types of pauses, we've, seen many remotely, but when you're on stage and you've got that, intensity of having, the support from the production continuing to try and get you situated, you're not wanting to get too cold sitting there for too long. You want to get back into the game. You're anticipating continuing to play. So there's a lot of, nerves as well being contributed to, these subtle pauses, which we're hoping, like we just mentioned, to get back in here in just a moment. I think there is almost confirmation that the game should be back online, but again, gotta give them a moment to make sure everyone is in full swing, because we don't want another one of those to happen again, especially when you've already lost this first round.
Yeah, exactly so, right? This is going to be an important recovery also, if you think about that next fight that kind of comes into play. I want to talk about the compositions a little bit, actually, because we highlighted about sort of the out of game stuff from both these squads and what they've kind of brought to the table. But in game, there's been an interesting adaptation where we are immediately underway. Actually, here, see the plays come back, and that was a big shout out, by the way, from Aiden Kant Mem to take that one back from the brink of defeat. And we're going to see the reconnection. Again, Geggio does have the Graviton Surge, so that's going to be the opening salvo, if you will, alongside the Coalescence here in this next fight for LaSalle College.
And you can see already Victoria Rose posturing towards that high ground position to see if they can maybe watch that side door. But LaSalle is going to look to try and push towards the lower segment. They're mitigating a lot of the damage. They acknowledge that those turrets are there, and that's going to give a lot of value to this Zarya, though. But a huge pick comes up by Citrus Fruit, eliminating the Junkrat. They've already pushed out so far into this open space. They're basically setting ducks. The Immortality Field buys a few seconds, but that Fire Strike is for sure going to claim dominance with a charge soon after. 70% climbing in. This is now last fight territory for LaSalle.
Yeah, this is going to be a big last fight. Oh, nice. we're seeing it come out early. You love to see that confidence step in from the main tank. The main tank position is all about that confidence play, right? Get up in your opponent's face and kind of try and find value. That being said, this is going to be this next fight is going to be the one that is extremely critical. As you said, it's last fight territory for Manheim Township, and glancing across the board, there are check marks everywhere. So explosive is not, is an understatement, I think, for what this next fight's about to be.
And again, it's do or die now for LaSalle. They want to be able to use these ultimates to the best of their ability. You did have little Applesauce manage to get a decent charge towards that amplification matrix, which again, they did lose value going into that for the first disconnection, but they still have value from the Earth Shatter, from the Graviton, along with the Coalescence, and hopefully from that early couple of leading damage points, they'll be able to get those 2 DPS, significant ultimates online like the Riptire to really be able to give that extra oomph necessary to swap this back.
Yeah. I mean, this is the downside to this is right. It's an uphill battle for LaSalle College, right? I have full faith they can do it. I want to, as we kind of, glance back at the quarterfinals for inspiration for how these teams kind of approach. Wet Napkin was in those clutch moments when you needed a hero play, was there on the Junkrat, right? We on Nepal too, on the opening map of the series in the quarterfinals, stepped up in a big way. So the hero plays are definitely capable of being there. Now it's a question of how well do you time it in response to, Manheim Township's ability to pull off those clutch plays? Because, we've talked about the DPS, we've talked about the tank, but we have to highlight the supports as well. I think Citrus Fruit specifically has been a standout on the flex support role.
Absolutely. And when it comes to also a Lucio play, I wouldn't, just sit idly by for Frogger as well. It's more going to be, where does Frogger opt to really utilize the sound barrier against this type of oncoming ultimate economy? Because with LaSalle, there's so many things that you could potentially try to mitigate. The Death Blossom, the Rip Tire, potentially, a grab to prevent any sort of follow through with the Coalescence. So there's also going to be a lot of coordination between Frogger and Citrus Fruit to cycle the ultimate and the immortality field, because if those are overlapped and there is a little bit of a mix-up, that could be an easy possibility of adjustment to take that engagement. Because again, you don't really have the Ryan Shatter to potentially counter Soggy. There is the self-destruct from Victoria Rose that could look potentially zoned, used for a positional advantage. But I mean, really, it's going to be exciting to see how this ends up coming out with all of these ultimates online.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a rock paper scissors effect too when you kind of break it down, right? One ultimate counters up the other, and this is sort of the cascading dominoes of result. But like I said, or like we said, it's certainly going to be a highlight worthy fight to be sure. As Village is kind of stepping forward, and again, this is now where that collected being collected under pressure, it was really going to step up, because this can start turning the momentum of the series, right? If you take this one back into LaSalle College, right, you're in a fight that is going to be tough, and if you kind of pull this one out from the brink, then now you can kind of put yourself back in the momentum, in the positive momentum for possibly the rest of the series.
And I mean, again, with what the outcome is today, we just still have to give major credit to these individuals allowing themselves to get to this point. Again, seven weeks worth of competitive play when they were going through, the group stages, competing against one another to get to this point. And it's just something that there's a lot of perseverance and in repeated advancement in their play to get to, an opportunity like this where they can take these moments that could be challenging in that rock, paper, scissors dynamic to, prepare them for intense moments like this, as they're, still just looking to try and get back into it and, get this game underway, as it's, again, just the map of control. Because once we, deviate away from this map of control, which again is consistent that we've seen on every game, it's exciting to see how it also adapts going into that different variation of, the second follow-up map.
Yeah, and as a reminder to our audience at home, the format right now is that the first map will always be Nepal. But from there on out, the team that loses the map will actually pick the next one in a cycle of map types, right? So where map 1 is Nepal, map 2 will be a hybrid, and then the losing team will pick which hybrid map they'll go to, and then so on and so forth. And that starts to bring the strategy of map selection into play as well, because now you're picking a map that you're strong at, and perhaps your opponent isn't so practiced on. So these are kind of things you have to take into account as well, and I think that's where even with that, even if whichever team ends up losing its first map, it's not the end of the series by any stretch, because you start to pull things back in your favor with sort of the map control on your side.
And play to your strengths. I mean, with what we've seen in hybrid, I mean, granted, historically so far between the two of these teams going on to Kings Road, there has been some significant, advancement from these DPS players, and what we've kind of seen here, even when it came to that first round with Widow only on this Pharah, which is extremely dominant, there is still some significant play going into this on the May. I mean, our Santana has also been so critical on this Symmetra for Manheim Township to really be able to dominate this defensive position, and that's what Symmetra can really bring to this point. If you can get there first, since they've utilized the Lucio to partner with it, it really just from the get-go can keep Manheim Township in a dominant fashion basically throughout the game and what we've seen despite even these technical difficulties.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to highlight too is that as I kind of glance across the players here in the lobby and kind of look at the strengths of each player and kind of how they performed in the quarterfinals. Again, a reminder: our quarterfinals were 3-0 sweeps across the board. All quarterfinal games ended with a score line of 3-0. So these teams are the best of the best here at PIEA, and ultimately the pressure that they're under here is expected, and I think they're prepared for it. So, when we talk about those fight, preparations, pardon me, or the ult generation, the fight planning, et cetera, a lot of it comes down to the fact these players are extremely experienced despite their young age, and I think they have an understanding of how they want to approach this next fight when we get into it.
And as we're continuing to wait, one of those questions you comment on the level of play and prepping. I mean, again, they've had probably quite a good morning and a long day themselves as players. So the good question is, what do you think they started with to start their day off for breakfast? What would you start your game day off with a breakfast food? Like, what would be your go-to if I'm going to play today? I got to have this as my starting meal.
So, I mean, I actually have a routine because, competing for a long time, you kind of, fall into habits. But we don't actually need to hear my story because we are underway.
Yeah, it's okay. Quick talking points paused. Action play. So they're going to enter in with the Coalescence to start. Sound barrier right out the gate from Frogger with a photon barrier. This is a light show, but there is already some swift eliminations. It approaches the overtime. The Dead Blossom and the Riptire didn't come up quick enough. You have at least a little bit of usage, but that, unfortunately, with that early technical difficulty, is going to make it challenging for LaSalle to come back into this. So Manheim Township is going to be able to claim this first map. But like you mentioned, this is not the end-all, be-all, as the hybrid map allows LaSalle now to pick the map choice and see if they can put this more into a positive spin.
Yeah, you can see all the faces of the players as they get a chance to look at the highlight and just kind of of the game and sort of point at each other, celebrating in the background there of their first map. Now up 1-0 Manheim Township. And again, the first round, right? Even still, it being 100-0, right? It shows how dominant this team came out to perform. And I think, even as even with the difficulties in that second round, this is a team that came to play. And that first round, I think, speaks a lot about how this next how the rest of the series could quite feasibly play out.
And again, we touched on it just a little bit too when it came to historical, play from both of them. I think Kings Row would not be surprising to go in for LaSalle, since when they did have, their composition when it came to Wet Napkin, Genji play, they had an extremely stellar outcome when they were utilizing that. And honestly, getting to the point of where it was basically just a cleanup for Wet Napkin as a whole in the later extended portion of that fight. And partnering with Tropics on the McCree and what type of value that they can bring together, their synergy between the two of them, I would really, really anticipate seeing that map selection going into this hybrid.
Yes, and I think one of the things about LaSalle College is that Tropics brings that consistent hit scan pressure, right? The Cassidy stepping up on sort of that mid-range control in a lot of ways. The thing I'm interested in actually is Wet Napkin specifically, because while the Junkrat play was incredibly strong yesterday, Manheim Township is kind of playing a counter comp, right? They are deliberately shutting down, or they're deliberately playing a composition that makes it very difficult for the Junkrat to find value. And I want to see if Wet Napkin can step away from the Junkrat a little bit, not because Wet Napkin's Junkrat is bad, but I think specifically because of the opposition that they're playing up against right now is trying their best to make sure the Junkrat gets little value. We did see Wet Napkin actually flex off in previous matches and find success. So I'm hoping here for LaSalle College that either they play off that Junkrat incredibly aggressively and kind of ignore the counter comp that's coming up against them, or they switch to something a little bit more standard to kind of duel in the sky, so to speak.
And I think that Wet Napkin can bring versatility to that. You're right about the Cassidy play from Tropics and how it's really, really well-rounded play. is actually, I think we're getting almost confirmation here. I could be mistaken, but Eichenwald might be the change-up. And again, we didn't really get to see that. We don't have confirmation yet, but, you know, again, versatility in map selection and changing something up from what they had seen yesterday, because there was a lot of opportunity to, you know, go back, VOD review, evaluate the types of compositions and maps that were selected that they can carry into today with new strategies that they might want to attempt or play to an alternative strength, especially with how we saw, you know, Manheim do so well yesterday as the first game. It's an opportunity to, you know, really learn what type of strategies they're going to bring into this. So, you know, deviating away from Kings Row is also still an option, because we do have such a wide pool to select from, because there is no hard map selection. Again, it is choice. All are available when it comes to it. So for the hybrid, you know, Blizzard World, Eichenwald, Hollywood, Kings Row, and Numbani, accessible for these individuals for that next map selection.
And I really like this switch up, actually, because, you know, one of the oppositions to, you know, we expect these teams to play against either each other or practice, you know, like scrims versus teams, you know, in the regular season. But in the playoffs, if you can take, you know, here in these sort of semifinals, take your opponent to a map that you haven't shown yet in a game, could be tremendous for your confidence, right? Getting set in not just in terms of, you know, not showing your hand so in previous games, but also now because your opposition isn't sure how they're going to approach. Perhaps they didn't have practice on this map themselves. So it's certainly a good start as we now get confirmation that it in fact is Eichenwald as our second map as we control, or we go through the fly through here.
And again, there are also just a lot of, you know, adaptation variables to this, especially when it comes to initially taking the control point. There's a lot of verticality to that first and second position. Once it gets inside of the castle, you lose a little bit of verticality here. So one of the big things is I'm curious is seeing defensively what Widow Only is going to opt for, and it's actually going to be the Doomfist play versus potentially some Pharah that we see because of that verticality accessible in this initial point.
I'd like to highlight that Widow Only's name is a complete misnomer. That's, in fact, I don't believe we've seen Widow Only play Widow yet. So, you know, that's a little
right
side there. But I mean, in this instance, LaSalle College actually has a composition that can shut down Manheim Township pretty effectively, right? The Junkrat is, while not a direct counter necessarily to Doomfist, certainly an irritant. And Wet Napkin has shown time and again that they're able to really step up in a big way when a dive character comes into the back line when they're on Junkrat.
And as the doors open, this is the chance now for LaSalle to come in strong after they had some difficulties with that connection, hopefully all being rectified at the moment as a quick engagement comes out underneath the archway, swinging away. The aggressive play gets rid of Tropics on the support, so there is a little an adjustment in roles from LaSalle. They're changing it up to see if they can maybe get something of value playing confidently on this Eichenwald, but defensively Manheim is still holding strong and getting some decent pick value as well.
Yeah, I mean, with the cryo freeze forced out from Kachow there, this is likely going to start falling apart for LaSalle College. In fact, Wet Napkin is going to go down. But that was kind of what I was, the opening of that is kind of what I was talking about, right? That first pickoff was, in fact, Wet Napkin taking down Widow Only, who got a little too aggressive on the Junkrat and was punished for it. That's going to be a big shatter to close things out. But, I mean, those were stagger eliminations. And LaSalle College is okay, right? They were losing that fight anyway. They get the Earth Shatter trade, and now they get to even up the, you know, the economy a little bit. This, however, could be big as Manheim Township try to play a very close hold with Frogger Wannabe and Widow Only in the spawn.
Yeah, there's recognition of that side position, but it's more so just going to allow them to know that Frogger is there and not Widow Only. So here comes that aggression from the flank, looks for an opportunity to knock up Soggy, but does miss, so has to draw back. Amplification Matrix being held inside of this archway. It's a nice Fire Strike takedown. The boosted damage is so significant, and the Reaper just comes in to clean up. Since there's no ability to escape fast enough, it's going to be another reset here with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Oh, and Arsenic actually gets the Wraith Walk in time to get the health pack, and that's going to be the Reaper staying alive with the teleport too. So very, very smart play there for Manheim Township. The aggression is paying off in big ways. Now, this is a must-win fight for LaSalle College, right? You've got both tank ultimates. You've got nearly everything in play. And Manheim Township really has only the immediacy of the Sound Barrier and Death Blossom. Keep your eye out on the Reaper. Could end things quickly.
Shatter comes through already onto both supports the Riptire, a counter grab, but a triple comes in by Wet Napkin. That's what we've talked about, the big plays, the hero moments, and that could be enough to edge this towards that take, and it's actually going to be able to give them the opportunity necessary to start capturing this control and transition into the payload phase.
Yeah, we opened up with Wet Napkin. You know, we opened up with those hero play concept. We opened up with the idea that DPS would be dueling each other, and they're not done yet. Our Santana's back with 2.
Oh my, the triple kill now shortly after the Death Blossom. Blizzard tries to isolate those away. Only 1 tick has been obtained, and what a re-engagement from Manheim to swap it back and prevent this from being concluded.
And now this is going to be a switch over to the Pharah Mercy combo in the air. You know, there's no hit scan available, so they're trying to play range, but there's only a minute remaining. Time is running out, and Citrus Fruit has the Amp Matrix, and we know how confident a Fire Strike combo through it can be if it gets an elimination.
Doomfist in the back is still waiting for an opportunity. Amplification Matrix is going to cause them to digress backwards right into the waking arms of Widow only, but the trap is there. Can they take him down? Is able to escape. Lovely assistance from the support lines in the back. Citrus continuing to fuel Widow only to survive. Nice mech coming through, attempting to get the Pharah out of mid-air, but evades, trades back and forth, but still in favor now of Manheim Township. As I say that, though, some great picks come through from LaSalle, and they're starting to gain the second tick, and this should rightfully be the completion now.
And Gedgio smartly uses the Graviton Surge there. There's still a contest here as Frogger Wannabe speeds back from spawn. Kachao is so weak, but we'll get the direct and then into the melee. There was a smart play by the off-tank of LaSalle College. Finds both tanks isolated, actually gets the D-Mech onto Victoria Rose, and then commits the Graviton Surge to confirm the kills. You love to see that. That's good heads-up play from the off-tank player of LaSalle College. You know, in the nick of time, they get that first objective.
Now starting to play aggressively. Soggy looking to get some shots with the Tesla cannon damage. Earth Shatter lands onto 4. Is there the Rocket Barrage to follow in a flank? Does get eliminated by Widow only. Great attention to detail in positioning to know how to counter that. The Riptire in the corner does go down with a soon follow-through takedown onto Wet Napkin. Couldn't get it out fast enough to eliminate the Reinhardt, so Aiden is left free to reign.
This is also an interesting thing that Manheim Township has now switched over to the Pharah of their own, but there's no pocket here. So in the duel, if Kachao can get up in the air, can find a lot of success, but Widow only not letting them get any opportunity. That being said, this is starting to fall apart here for the defense.
Yep, you can see now that Pharah v Pharah composition going head-to-head as Wet Napkin tries to go up to the high ground position to see if they can find some value. Widow only going to be flanking back and keeping distance to still rain rockets down onto the support line. And this payload has still been able to move quite a distance, but it is being contested every now and again and trying to force multiple members away from it, even a dislodgement onto 3-2.
Yeah, that teleport was ambitious at best, you know, that is lucky they don't get punished for it. Now the Graviton Surge is available to Gedgio, who sits in the corner, but there's 2 down from Aiden, and this should be a reset here for LaSalle College.
Yeah, our Santana also committed the Death Blossom underneath in that corridor, so they do lose that, but still have quite a bit to work with. Widow only and Aiden managing to sustain, as Widow only is going to give a salute and just wait for him to come from the spawn doors.
The barrage is available here, so if Widow only can kind of dodge the, you know, the Immortality Field and the early bubbles, as we see another tank switch here. Stalker Rocket going over to a Sigma, so it's a double off-tank look here for the offense. Immortality Field out early.
Oh, Rocket's Rain. You did have a little bit of a slow responsiveness coming out from Chow with that prevention, so the Rocket Barrage does still get rid of Tropics. 18 seconds to go. The grab committed again, but there's no real follow-up. Too many are eliminated on the Sal, and this now 10 seconds remaining is going to be a huge, huge problem to try and contest as a full 6.
Yeah, there's a bunch of, a lot of quick switches over. They get the tag for the overtime.
Wrecking Ball now trying to spin to win. Sound Barrier is there. The Amplification Matrix, every time they come around, you're going to get some extra boost of damage as the overtime dwindles. The mark has been set. And now we will have the swap of sides where LaSalle hopes to be able to defend and hold from that payload, reaching that checkpoint.
Remember, this cart did not move very far past those gates. So this is, you know, a win condition established for Manheim Township to take away LaSalle College's map pick. All they have to do is capture that first objective and then essentially move the cart through the gates, that first set of gates, not much further past that. And I mean, with how I would expect Manheim Township to either open up with a Pharah or a dive composition to kind of put pressure on the backline and play as quickly as possible against the South College.
As we do have the seconds dwindle, we will take a look to see defensively what they're opting to bring in. They do have Wet Napkin looking to be on this Junkrat, and that's not such a bad pick coming out into this. You do funnel a lot of those grenades underneath that archway, looking to try and get some decent bank shots off the wall to potentially network it just around the shield if they do continue to keep this Reinhardt, which I would not be surprised if they changed. And then Kachao going to give a little bit of variation. The 76 we've not seen too much of, but again, is something that they think is viable for their composition as Wet Napkin sets up close to the door.
Yeah, and actually, now that we look at the Manheim Township's composition, something we have to highlight from the quarterfinals is that on hybrid maps, what they would do is they'd play this composition very aggressively, run in, get the Maywall up, section off the front line, right, block the Reinhardt from going backwards, eliminate them, and then kind of snowball that into a fight win. We'll see if they're able to pull a similar effect now.
They're going to be able to actually use the Oh no, they took too long. The Maywall was up too early, so they could not take the teleporter over that backside. But look at how LaSalle drew back. They knew that strategy was coming through. So this could be an opportunity to stabilize through. Lockdown comes in onto Soggy solo. Immortality Field is there. Cannot manage to survive and put out enough healing to keep them alive. The res is at least there from Tropics. Very aggressive positioning to get it, but all the while, Wet Napkin goes down because you've lost that sustainable healing. But with the recovery from Soggy and the res, it gives enough for LaSalle to hold on to this and buy some time for Wet Napkin to get back.
And Citrus Fruit's going to just go the easy way as a recuperation with the team. There it is. The reset comes in. And yeah, now this is going to be a fight. A little cheesy play from Manheim Township, an attempt to make a highlight reel worthy look. Doesn't go their way. Now it's the time to reset. Still doesn't take them that much time off the clock, though, right? Just over a minute 10 as they kind of get set for this next fight. But Wet Napkin has the Rip Tire, and this could just end a fight by itself if it gets more than one pickoff.
Oh, Rip Tire in the back. Nobody sees it. Is going to be able to only get one, but still, one is valuable in and of itself. With Kachao looking to play the corner, trying to see if they can find the Lucio, but the Diva's going to be in the waking arms of that rifle. Continue pumping out damage. Nice cleanup as the ground comes out, but Aiden still here. Aiden just cleaning up and eliminating everyone on this point. What a huge heads-up play. Aiden left uncontested is going to take every inch.
Yeah, and Aiden with Citrus Fruit backing them up, keeping them alive is just a threat you can't handle. And now we see that golden box of victory, that check mark at the top of your screen that heralds the end of this map. We can see we're already more than halfway to it. And now LaSalle College is back against the wall, literally and figuratively. They need an early pickoff here, and they need to be perfect, and they need to deny this blizzard coming in from Widow only.
Flawless indeed, as you do see them draw back around the corner, looking to see if they can get that pick. You mentioned there's a little bit of an aggression by the Symmetric. Could look to see if they can get him taken down. Citrus Fruit eliminated, but the Blizzard is there in the back. Frogger having the sound barrier, giving the extra fortification to try and play the corner, and R. Santana with Aiden up front is just going to continue to lead the charge. The golden box of victory nears, and you just now solely need to get rid of that Zarya play, even though taking a couple with, there's no one else to give assistance, and that's going to be map 2, going in favor of Manheim Township, putting them now onto a match point.
The Manheim Township look to try and close out the third map here in quick succession to put themselves in the grand finals and this best of 5 here. And you can see the looks of confidence on their face, right? Unbothered by that map, just so quick. Performance here has been incredible from Manheim Township.
And as we do reach this, 2-map position, it's now all on the line. LaSalle has to be able to recover mentally and think themselves through this next map. And I mean, honestly, with how they've been playing, there has been, some definite pickups. Wet Nap can really come in and clutch when necessary, but if they let their guard down, Manheim Township is going to be one to take advantage of it when that guard is down. See them just cheering themselves on as the third map gets selected here. And yeah, no, Rich, this has been
the standout performance has not been any individual player for Manheim Township too. I think is the thing to highlight here. It has been a team effort. Not to say there haven't been hero plays. There certainly have been, but I think the workload is being shared by the squad as a whole, and that is really, I think, a big difference as to why they're up 2-0 at the current moment.
And going into this next map, I'm really curious to see what will be selected to try and better understand the composition that might be brought into this. But moving forward, at least for LaSalle, I mean, they really did start to put the DPS in check, even with Widow only on this Doomfist, finding some backline engagements, really sneaky positioning. There was still a great reaction time from LaSalle to not allow it to completely crush them. There were a couple occasions where they found the short end of the engagement, but overall, I still think that there was some great adaptation and responsiveness to Manheim.
Yes, I think this is not to downplay LaSalle College or even Manheim Township for that matter. The truth is that in those moments, like we saw those hero plays from Wet Napkin on the Junkrat, right? But it wasn't just the Junkrat player. There was a Graviton Surge that helped set it up. Geggio also had a really clean play that allowed them to unlock the objective on Objective Alpha to move into the second phase of Eichenwald. This is what we're going to need to see more of from LaSalle College. They clearly have it in them. They wouldn't be in the semifinal games if they didn't. And so I think maybe it just took them a couple maps to kind of get, their nerves under them. And now, sure, they're in a tough position, but we're seeing that they clearly have the ability to respond in a big way, even with the result here on Eichenwald.
And we do actually have confirmation that it is going to be Dorado for the next map. So LaSalle selecting that moving forward, and we will give Manheim an opportunity to select side. But this one's going to be interesting because there's a lot of high ground positioning to kind of play with. We do see a lot of Ashe kind of entering into the mix, especially once we get past that initial point into that stretch before reaching the final stages, going inside of that smaller confined space where you do lose, again, a little bit more of that verticality. And I would be curious to see if that opens up an opportunity for Wet Napkin in their hero pool to see something a little bit more variety. And also, I'm curious if Tropics is going to continue to reside on this support role, because again, that was something that we do have to acknowledge, is that there was an adjustment in composition and role swap going into Eichenwald, and if we're going to now revert back on Dorado.
Yeah, it seems like Tropics is more the hit scan player, and then if you need the projectile, it appears that Kachow stepped in on the damage role, with Tropics pulling up the main support kind of position. We talked about the previous matches, the quarterfinals, but this is the first time we're seeing Dorado in play here in the playoffs, right? This is not this is not a map that we have a lot of experience on overall, as kind of getting a chance to analyze these squads. So in as much as that is the case, we are likely to see compositions that are and strategies that are new, even if the style that the teams play isn't, right? Like, we expect Manheim Township to be aggressive, right? They play very quick. They're in your face all the time. So that's certainly the style they play. But the compositions they've elected to run have been different based on the maps they've kind of approached.
And it even looks like we're going to have an adjustment as well from the players. It looks like we're going to have Judge stepping in here from Manheim too. So we do get some variation, not only in possible composition in regards to the map that we've not seen, but also some player roster changes as well to give that potential flexibility in what type of roles they're going to bring into it. Because again, they might feel that Dorado, which has been selected by LaSalle, that Judge can bring a little bit more of a more advantageous type of composition to compete against them on this map.
Yes, and if I remember correctly, Judge actually stepped in for the Wrecking Ball in the previous match that Manheim Township played. I believe it was the Wrecking Ball and the Orisa that was the hero pool for this player. So we'll see if that is sort of a highlight of what they like to play, or if they're just going to kind of continue playing what Aiden had at the beginning, as we see that we are in fact in Dorado. The thing is that playing a different tank, even if they play the same a hero, like a different player, even if they play the same hero, can change the way they approach, right? Different players have different speeds, different engage timings, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, in fact, as we see Judge opening up on the Wrecking Ball, this makes sense, right? Because this is what we've seen before from them. Judge seems to be their Wrecking Ball player. And as we kind of get a look, it's going to be the Ashe and the Sigma. So the only difference here, I think, from sort of a classical style is the fact that it's a Junkrat instead of a Tracer in play here. So not as much backline potential here for Manheim Township. And even as I say that, there it is. The Tracer comes into play. So Judge is going to have a little bit more utility with Widow only to dive in that backline and just put pressure on little Applesauce and Kachao, respectively.
A lot of mobility to be aware of, as you do see the initial damage boost going on to our Santana for the defensive position. Manheim again opting to play defensively first here, as Sal looks to try and peek the corner, getting some early damage onto that upper high ground with the Fire Strike. And really at this point, waiting to see when that drop down in engagement is. You've already got Widow only harassing behind, synergizing well with the Wrecking Ball engagement, just bobbing and weaving into this and looking for potentially a follow-up now, especially because the Immortality Field has already been expended. Pile Drive from over top gets a nice environmental, potentially. Oh, our Santana actually gets a double here on this Ashe. There's a hard re-engagement up top, but they can't quite seem to get rid of our Santana.
The Dynamite, you know, sometimes when you're struggling to hit the shot, just go for the Dynamite. It's a little bit more reliable there, and that's the right call. And now, I mean, as long as Judge stays alive and Getcha goes down, this could be a pretty bad moment for LaSalle College. Yeah, in fact, they're going to give a lot of alt charge over to the supports for Manheim Township, and LaSalle College are back to the drawing board. Wet Napkin could go over to the Cassidy. You know, again, more of that range potential. And using that to kind of be the flashbang deterrent for a Tracer. Unfortunately, Widow only gets off the Tracer, so now they have a Junkrat in play. And that's what they needed to do, right? Tropics with the damage amp, Wet Napkin comes in with the cleanup.
There's the res, though. Frogger able to swoop in. Widow only gets now a pickup as well. That's going to leave it a 6 versus 5 for the moment with still 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Widow getting nice assistance with that shielding up front to just continue to pump out damage. Also with a couple of great shots still ensuing by our Santana. The two are just continuing to lay waste to this low ground.
And every single elimination that's coming through here has the assist of Frogger Wannabe in the back line, but also it is both DPS stepping up. There, the Mercy player will get the final blow. These are really problematic fights, though, for LaSalle College, because, again, remember, this is match point for Manheim Township. Win here, they win the series and head to the grand finals, and they're not even being forced to use resources to win these fights. It's just these eliminations from the hit scan from the high ground, right? The blue beam from Mercy doing so much work for the Ashe. And Kachao going to pull out the Widow now to try and respond.
Seeing if they can get some decent shots. A lot riding on their shoulders to try and pick up our Santana, who is continuing to just pump out damage as Judge underneath manages to get a double with the minefield assisting it, repositioning around the payload to get a nice follow-through onto the Zarya, and now it's a minute and 25 seconds. This is about 2 more engagements that you have for LaSalle to try and find some kind of value.
And again, it's now going to be musical heroes in play for LaSalle College. Kachao goes over to the Tracer, trying to just put more, more aggression in that backline. Maybe get onto Citrus Fruit, but the Transcendence is here. Obviously, the pocket of Frogger Wannabe is in play as well. There's a Gravitic Flux in the air. Good Immortality Field to deny the kills early.
Yeah, Immortality Field going to give them the stability needed, but unfortunately, once it has been expended, there is an easy follow-through from this high ground. And again, Citrus Fruit making sure to constantly place those Discord Orbs onto the primary focus target. Judge going to continue to get those pile drives necessary to stun and lock down individuals, so there's free firing potential. And now, 35 seconds to go. This is the moment where you're going to have to dig deep to try and get past this archway.
You need to get like a rotation here to the high ground from underneath. You don't have the speed boost, though, is the issue, right? No Lucio in play. They're going to try and get Tropics to contest, but that's a great accretion from Victoria Rose, and it's falling apart now for LaSalle College.
Yep. Even though they do have the quick spawn to get back into this, once again, the Junkrat goes aggressively, but this time it wasn't the Dynamite getting the pickup after missing the shots. It's just a melee, since they're close in range. The payload has been able to push a little bit further, so they do gain something with this engagement. A minefield comes out to zone. All of that remains for LaSalle to even contest in this as the overtime dwindles. That will be LaSalle finding the ending line. And you've got Manheim now prepped and ready to know on this swap of sides what they have to get to.
It's not even a full capture of that first objective to send our team in the position, the number 1 seed position, to the grand finals. Manheim Township have made this look dominant in these 3 maps. And I think, one thing to kind of attend to as well is their adaptation around what their opposition is bringing to the table. Widow only, I think, running the Junkrat there is a case of a player playing, I would say a slightly less optimal pick initially, But when the composition starts to filter away from what is considered standard from LaSalle College, then provides so much more utility to the team. I mean, the trap itself got an elimination onto the tracer on the flank, so big work here for Manheim Township.
And as we do look defensively, you're going to see Wet Napkin and a Torbjorn for Kachow. So we're going to have a little bit of that crossfire harassment also, just in case there is a tracer that comes into play, which our Santana has already potentially opted to go for once we do have the doors open for confirmation. But you can see even that you're going to have potentially this Brig come out as well. This is going to be a very, very aggressive composition that Manheim's just going to want to blitz LaSalle.
Yeah, this is if they can get up into the close ground early, right into this high ground here where the defense is set up and get 2 eliminations, then it really starts to snowball in their favor. Again, the spawn room favors the offense so much more here when you realize how quickly they respawn and where they have to walk to. Judge finds the trap with their body and then finds the bullets with their face, and that's going to be a reset for the tank player there as our Santana tries to find a flank to pick up some early damage.
And now as we do have the early couple of valuable picks coming through, Frogger gets hit by the Bionade though for the moment, as we'll look to see if there is a recovery on it. Now trap below, nice positioning to see if they can just continue to pump out damage defensively. They have to get somebody though. This is going to make it very challenging. Nice pickup here from LaSalle. They are actually able to hold for some time. Judge has to play a little bit more defensively, does not want to get taken down, especially because you don't really have the D.Va in the mech to mitigate some of that damage, and this is a great early defensive hold from LaSalle.
Yeah, this is what you need to do. Win the fights and win them cleanly. Just don't allow Manheim Township to ever get a true engagement. I mean, the one thing is, though, I would expect Manheim Township to kind of push with this Transcendence here, use it as an aggressive tool rather than a defensive one. Just try and win the fight out directly here. Santana makes a switch over to the Hanzo, so more long-range damage available to the attackers.
And now as they do have the Transcendence coming in from Manheim, attempting to try and get value, but you're going to have Riptire go out for 1 on Wet Napkin, but unfortunately does get sought out by Judge with the Wrecking Ball. Now with the Doomfist play in that positioning up front, can't really get much value. And once again, nice job by LaSalle College. This is the way that they need to play for them to be able to bring this to another map.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of an expensive commitment, though, from LaSalle College. That's 3 ultimates there, right? The Riptire, the Graviton Surge, and the Nano Boost all in play. Now, I mean, again, though, even with Manheim Township losing these fights convincingly, the card does not have to go far at all. And they only need really 1 fight win to kind of open this up, and that's not a great start. 1 support down early.
And with that support going down early, it's going to be interesting to see if they can get the follow through onto this. And you've got a little bit of a re-engagement from Frogger, but with 1 minute and 45 seconds to go, LaSalle is still holding strong. They've committed the Molten Core. They've got the Amplification Matrix to go into this next engagement. Nice pickup by Citrus Fruit, but it's still going to be a hold.
Yeah, it's still going to be a hold here. Judge cannot get the elimination onto Soggy Rocco. The heals are there from a little Applesauce and co. Now, I mean, here's the thing, right? What I would expect is Judge to go in the back line, put the minefield down to separate the Sigma from the rest of the team, and the cleanup to come through. The thing being said, though, is that Wet Napkin's traps have been spectacular, and Judge has not found value as a result.
And now with this Judge positioning with the minefield, dropping it from overhead. Nice 1-for-1 exchange, but you've lost the support. It is a lot riding on the shoulders now of Little Applesauce, attempting to see if they can maintain this defensive position. Wet Napkin with the Riptire, getting rid of Citrus Fruit, though. They have to come back in to contest this. Wet Napkin jumping onto the point, doing everything imaginable to try and keep this D.Va from continuing to have point presence. Triggered the trap onto the Wrecking Ball into the backside is Baby D.Va, and the grab now securing it. They might be able to hold on to this. The Mayhem actually gets rid of Judge. The distant spawns are going to be the real question here for LaSalle. Can they maintain? The Zarya play is on point to keep this alive with 30 seconds to go, LaFon.
Yeah, Manheim Township are trying to reset here as 6, try to get the full squad going, but LaSalle College, they still have both support ultimates. They still have the ability to make this fight hurt, and Manheim Township are putting a lot of pressure onto Citrus Fruit and Victoria Rose here. Here's the self-destruct in the back line.
Oh, manages to hit Wet Napkin, and you've got Soggy getting so low with the Discord order from Citrus Fruit. The Transcendence comes in. They get the boot takedown as well onto Kachow. The last final instance of hope for LaSalle is dwindling. The golden box of victory nears. They are unable to recover. LaSalle falls short on map 3 as Manheim Township manages to claim the victory here and push them into the grand finals.
That was a fight. That was a very, very close fight, though, from LaSalle College. You can see the celebration from the winners here, Manheim Township. The joy on their face as they head to the grand finals with a 3-0. In our first semifinal here of the day, Rich Rad, spectacular work from our victorious team.
I mean, and look at the energy, the liveliness, the cheering, and just excitement exuding from that side of the stage. And I mean, honestly, it's moments like those that now they need to rejoice. They've taken one step closer to that grand final moment of victory, but they still have one more game to go, and we'll actually be able to find out who they're going to be going against after we do have another semifinal. But I mean, just soaking that one in right now, this first game, Manheim Township is on fire right now.
They really are. I think they have kind of, with that game, cemented themselves as the team to beat, right? Coming into this, I mean, when you're a grand finalist, when you're in that position to battle for number one, of course, teams are going to be coming and saying, no, you're the team we want to kind of take the victory from. But, I mean, with their performance here, a 3-0 against a team in the top 4, making it look that convincing, Manheim Township have, I think, put themselves in the conversation for being, that best team. And now, I mean, all we have to await is who they're going to play up against to get that grand finals underway.
Absolutely, and we're actually going to be able to have an opportunity to have a interview with Aiden Can't Meme from Manheim Township. So we'll be heading over to the floor, and LaFon, take it away.
Thank you so much, Rich. First of all, Aiden, congratulations on the victory, the 3-0. You guys are headed to the grand finals. Just give me a quick reaction. What's going through your mind right now?
Man, we're so happy to be here right now. This is literally just so much fun. Our team is very nervous, as you can tell by some of our plays, but 100%, I think we're putting in all of our best effort so far. We're super happy you guys did this event.
I mean, you guys have performed in a very, very exciting fashion on the in the series that was there. You know what? Take a moment, though. Tell me what your highlight play or what a highlight play for your team was in that first series.
I feel like most of the times when we have these certain just plays that we all think about together, like what can we do with a May Ice Wall? How usually we're trying to do it on Kings or on Eichenwald? That was 100%. That was, sorry, our plays on Eichenwald, I think using the Maywall to our abilities to get over maps and stuff, to get over that high ground especially, just that big building in the middle, I think just teamwork. I like a lot of the stuff we do together and think about mid-match, is just, that's my highlights right there.
For sure, for sure. Quickly here though, what does it feel like to be able to represent your school here at this prestigious event?
I feel great. I didn't 100% know that being the president of our club would kind of put me in this position. I didn't imagine being here, sitting in this chair, but I'm super happy to do that. I feel like I'm pretty happy about it. I don't know. A lot of stuff rushing through my head.
Fair enough. We'll let you go there. Congratulations again on the victory here. We await you in the grand finals, and we look forward to seeing you play there. Congratulations again.
Glad to play for you guys. Thank you.
All right. Excellent stuff, Rich Rad. We are now going to head back to you up at the top as we get the reactions of the players and their victory that they just completed there in the semifinal. Manheim Township High School taking the 3-0 over LaSalle College in our first semifinal of the day.
And you can just see, because we get feed as well of this, and you can just see the adrenaline from all of them after getting out of that seat and rejoicing with the rest of the team. But again, that is just one more step in the right direction. And as we talk about today, this is already the first semifinal game reaching its conclusion. Manheim Township able to move on to the grand finals, as we say, and well to LaSalle, who still played their hearts out to get into this for the semifinals, through the quarterfinals as well. But we still have another couple of games coming up. Again, we do have the second semifinals, then leading into the grand finals, as our second game is going to consist of Susquehanna versus Conrad Weiser. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be bringing that next semifinal game in just a moment.
Guys, welcome back. We are at Whitaker Center Science and Arts in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the PIEA Fall Championships. My name is Bob Howard. We just got through our first half of the semifinals, seeing Manheim Township come away with a win over LaSalle. Coming up next, we have Conrad Weiser in Susquehanna Township. I'm joined now by Thomas Yanis. Tommy, playing in high school here when it comes to esports, this is an experience you didn't have the chance to have. What would this have been like if you'd been able to play?
Oh, it would have been so awesome if I had the chance to play in high school. You know, really didn't have the chance. I really wish I did. You know, just talking from experience in at least the collegiate level. You know, having the experience to play, especially in an event like this and on land, definitely helps, because after you get that first land jitters out of the way, the rest of the time is easy. You know, but I really wish this would have been sick for high school, especially.
Think about that crowd too, because that's the part you can't replicate and do any other way. To be able to play in front of a crowd, to hear them yelling and reacting when you do something good or something goes wrong, you got stakes when you do it.
Absolutely. You know, the nerves are going, definitely, but as soon as you get into game and as soon as you start getting your foot down and get going, and as soon as you hear that crowd, everything goes away. It's like you're at your own environment, and it's just awesome. It's an awesome feeling.
6, 7, 8. All right, guys, welcome back. We are back here at Whitaker Center for the Science and the Arts in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. 2021 Fall Championships, PIEA Fall Championships. It's Bob Hauer here. I'm joined by Thomas Yanis. Thomas, you played in high school here in Pennsylvania, but you never had the chance to do something like this, to play here. What's that like? What are you missing out on?
Oh, I'm missing out on just an absolute electric time here. It's, would have been awesome to play in like this energy, this atmosphere. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, you have this crowd, you have the music, you got the lights. We're getting ready for the second game of our semifinal round. We had Manheim Township get a win over LaSalle. Coming up, we have Susquehanna Township and Conrad Weiser in just minutes. What's that like? What's it like to be near the end of that semifinal round where you're like, the pressure's mounting? Do you thrive with it? Does it get you nervous? What happens?
Different players react different ways. Personally, I know I thrive under pressure. I love the pressure. It makes me play better. And honestly, before I get into the game, I'm a little nervous. But as soon as that game starts, I'm in my zone. I'm like I'm at home playing video games all over again.
Yeah, you have that home feel, but of course,
absolutely,
you have this crowd here too, that energy.
Yep.
Does that adrenaline kick in when you hear them cheer when something goes well, or maybe you hear them cheer for somebody else and something doesn't go well?
I love it. I absolutely love it. Whenever I do something, I hear the crowd, it makes me smile. We start, falling down and they start cheering the other for the other team, it just gets me more motivated to do even better.
Yeah, it's goosebumps. The best part is someone today is taking home a title, going to lift that trophy. How cool would that moment have been for you if you were able to lift that trophy as a champion?
Goosebumps just thinking about it. That's all I can really explain for that. I never really had the opportunity to, so I can't, say from a personal experience, but goosebumps just thinking about it.
Yeah, so someone is going to lift that trophy up. We already have Manheim Township waiting in the finals. Coming up next, it's Susquehanna Township taking on Conrad Weiser. 2021 Fall Championships of PIEA. It's Overwatch. I love the electricity of this place. We cannot wait. We've got less than 2 minutes. It's coming up.
The Whitaker Center continuation for the Fall 2021 PIEA State Esports Championships. We've already had one of the semifinal games. begin and complete, actually. You can see them right there, the winners from that first semifinals cheering it up, but now they get to sit back and spectate to know who they're going to be competing against. Again, I am Rich Rad here with LaFon as we're about to be getting this next game of Susquehanna Township High School versus Conrad Weiser. And I mean, the first game was a 3-0, like we mentioned, LaFon, but I mean, let's hope to see something different here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if anything, the predictions of the past dictate the future. We're hoping for a little bit of a variation as we kind of glance through the bracket here. Indeed, Manheim Township awaiting the victor of this match coming through. And the quarterfinals, they were a sweep all the way through. We're hoping for this one to be the outlier. 3-0s across the board in those games is, again, yeah, Susquehanna Township versus Conrad Weiser. Signs pointing to positive things here for these teams.
Absolutely, and from what we've seen before, really interested to see these individuals now be on the main stage. We did have some electrifying moments for Manheim as they were able to, you know, take that win and move on. But now, once again, we find ourselves at square one for the second game, beginning on to Nepal as we have these two going to be head-to-head in this control map. And again, this is where you also really need to try and step up. Even if you don't take that number one spot, you still get that second place prize money. So moving forward out of this quarter or the semifinals match is still really important, whether or not you take the trophy home or not.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it's time to put your head down and get to work, so to speak, right? Ignore the grand finals. That isn't here yet. There's not a game in front of you. Your opponent's looking you across the field of play as we see the players set up. And I mean, the one thing to kind of highlight here is that this game, you know, you can't get ahead of yourself. This game needs to be played out before you go to the grand finals. And the team that kind of gets into that position first, gets their feet under them, so to speak, is going to be the one that steps up in a big way. We heard, in the intermission, how, you know, when you're not used to playing on land, those jitters can really come through and make you nervous. We'll see if these players can kind of avoid that as they go through this game.
And we've seen some really big playmakers when it came to Wednesday between both Susquehanna and Conrad as well. A lot of the big focus too. You know, we talked a lot about the DPS lineup for the two previous teams, and, you know, that's still very relevant here, too. We've had Little Big Ron be such a, you know, impactful player. Same thing when it comes to Sinphizer and Chunky as well. They've really contributed a lot of value into this, and it's curious to see how that's going to play out between these two, because, again, both have not really, I think, been able to fully evaluate power levels because we've had that 3-0 matchups, and curious to see how these two fending off against one another are going to be able to do the same thing. But, you know, leading on that same map as always, everyone here is accustomed to Nepal, so it's going to be, you know, quite a bloodbath going into that one as per usual.
Yeah, and I think, you know, to that point about them all being 3-0s, not all 3-0s are created equal, right? Some are a little closer than others, and as we kind of saw in the quarterfinals, which is what we really have to draw on in terms of the information we gather moving forward. You know, a couple of the matches, they were 3-0s, yes, but the maps themselves went the distance. So, you know, all 3 points captured into overtime, etc. And I'm looking to see, you know, for Nepal, now that we have an opportunity to kind of go through, that's going to be the big difference. That being said, Rich Rad, you know, we got to talk about what these teams are playing for, because it's not just glory. They're headed for some prizing as well. $1,700 in scholarships for the first place team, $800 for the second. So even as I said earlier, to not focus on that grand finals, it's not something you kind of have to ignore either. But we are underway as we are loading into Nepal here for map number 1.
And we will look to see what types of composition and variations we will see from the first game earlier. We saw a lot of the Pharah play from Widow Only, where it was raining a lot of damage overhead, got a lot of early value with it too to try and capture onto this point with that more of a dive-centric type of tank line. Whereas we take a look here already, you can see a little bit of a subtle adjustment. It's actually going to be, as we do wait for the final confirmation, potentially a little bit more mobile heavy with Susquehanna, potentially looking to bring out that Tracer and the 76. Maybe. As I say that, we'll look to still give him a moment, though. But Little Big Ron has been very notorious on this Soldier 76, confident in this play.
Yeah, this is, especially with the fact that you're able to pull the Mercy into that pocket position, right? Getting the damage amp makes the Soldier not only a threat in terms of damage, but survivability as well. There's the teleport from the Symmetra into the Tracer, and Chansfan has been a real threat on the DPS role as they start to kind of posture away here at the objective early.
And Conrad already being able to take the early advantage due to the Lucio for the utility, so everyone does have that point presence first, but in the back line, you do have chance continuing to harass with this Tracer play, attempting to get the Baptiste, finally does, but you've traded 1-for-1, and now slowly going in favor of Conrad. They've managed to get their counterpart out of the way, Synthex eliminated, and you will have this percentage start to gain for Conrad.
Yeah, not only do Conrad Weiser get the control of the objective first because of this of Lucio, they actually use the immortality field to gain position. They trade it for a point capture percentage. That being said, that is a spawn camp from the 2 DPS players of Susquehanna, and now there's no main heals available to Conrad Weiser. They're falling apart here.
And I'm absolutely quite impressed with how well that's being played. Those 2 DPS being such a vital role to swap this back, preventing any sort of ability to get back in and top up the rest of their players. And it's going to be a swift take back now here for Susquehanna.
Yeah, Conrad Weiser's need to actually react to this play because, I mean, you can see Transfan already on the flank trying to find that one clip, won't quite get it, but it's put pressure on. Now Conrad Weiser has to turn around, and the pulse bomb is available. This stick could cause disasters. It's no immortality field left in play.
Nice pile drive to knock them into the air. Pulse bomb gets thrown out into the mix. Doesn't stick, but they still pass over it, so it eliminates the Lucio, the loss of the utility. This is going to be Susquehanna able to continue maintaining this position. Transcendence, I feel, is a little overzealous in use, but you know what? If you want to just make sure that you maintain it, because Joker's got that Valkyrie coming up online, they just wanted to play it safe.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not the most ideal ultimate, sure, but they also are going to get the stagger eliminations onto the DPS players, onto the off tank there. That's going to delay now to the 50% mark, and Conrad Weiser are going to have to think about, this being the fight they turn the point over, because, if they kind of lose this fight, then they're looking at a last fight territory situation, and that's not ideal. Chancefan again on that flank, just putting so much pressure as the Tracer.
Over the wall, Zeet's looking for a pile drive with the minefield to keep them locked inside of the damaging zone. Self-destruct tossed into the side as well, blocked by the shield from Beam Dealer, but again, there's already far too much damage done, and I mean, we have to give major credit to the amount of scare factor that Chancefan has brought into Conrad's team.
Yeah, when you're under that much utility in the back line, you have to kind of turn and pay attention. That opens up your front line to the damage that Susquehanna can bring to bear from the remaining members. The fact that one person is taking that much aggression is incredibly impressive. And now, I mean, we're at that 90% mark, and Conrad Weiser invest in that last fight. They don't have much available to them here.
Again with pile drive, Coalescence active, but getting so low. The Discord going to secure the final takedown to prevent any more healing and damage from the Coalescence. Sound barrier has to be forced out from Monkey to try and stabilize onto this point. They're near the opportunity of swapping it back, but the fact of the matter is that the numbers are still in favor of Susquehanna. They'll be able to force back any who approach, and that's 100 completion here to 29. And, Conrad did get a little bit of value, but Susquehanna still playing this very strategically.
Yeah, and I have to say, it all opens up from the fact that the Tracer for Susquehanna, Chancefan, was able to get into the spawn area of Conrad Weiser, right? They got the Tracer got in, got the elimination onto the support, delayed the healing availability. So it was not all on one player, not by any stretch of the imagination, but that one play gave them so much more room to breathe for the rest of the squad to pick up. So good work there from Susquehanna to, give themselves the opportunity to attack as they now move to a much slower pace composition now as the Orisa comes into the fold.
Curious to see again. The halt does bring some value to potentially look for some environmental picks, along with also just repositioning, gain value, and looking to possibly halt them together for a dynamite combination, as you do already see it coming out over the shield for Beam Dealer as they aggress forward, utilizing the Lucio mobility to try and press into this narrow position. Zeet's going to respond, though, very effectively with the assistance from Synthex to draw back and use the defense matrix. Zeet's gets the nice pickup, though, onto Synthvisor, so there's no longer the Riptire generation and just Junkrat damage on the shields entirely. They're still throttling this and going to be able to finally move swift enough, even with this more slow methodology from Zeet's on the Orisa.
I really like the patience, though, from Susquehanna Township there, right? They don't really run at Conrad Weiser so much as they withstand the aggression from their opposition, right? When Conrad Weiser is the one that wants to engage, Susquehanna just stands their ground. They just hold and say, well, what are you going to do about it? We have the superior health pools and the damage throughput comes in. Now, keep an eye out. Ant Matrix is going to be used early here. You can't walk through this choke. Goodbye, tanks.
Nope. Yep, they are completely deleted the second they peek that corner with the amplification matrix. Concussion mines being lobbed in to try and get some radial explosion damage onto the back as Little Big Ron looks for a flanking positioning. Does have the tack visor, wants to try and find a pickup, but not going to risk it. Going to hold on and fall back as Bob, though, plays from the counter positioning, and they are now all sitting ducks in the sightlines of the Butler.
That is going to be the Earthshatter committed and the Ant Matrix. They think this is winnable. Conrad Weiser's investing.
They are putting so much into this, and the Baby Diva in the back all alone. Zeetz gets a triple kill amongst all of the damage. Quick Res going to come out to get that tank back online to sustain. And I mean, right now, Susquehanna is really exerting dominance with this composition in this choke position.
Zeetz is a big part of that too, right? The main tank just putting down the shield and says, "You shall not pass." Right now, Conrad Weiser are sort of being caught in the choke point here. They're going to get the rotation through, but Little Big Ron's out. Stays alive, too. This is incredibly important.
Bobs and weaves to mitigate the damage and evade every shot. You've got now Chance in the back position with the Ash still continuing to harass. Does need to be cautious. Nice gun to try and get that shot back so that there's no follow-through. Little Big Ron, though, gets booped off the edge. No tack. Actually, the tack visor was used already, but it's going to fall shy because of the boop, and it's swapped back over with Conrad rotating to play the position.
That being said, the off-tank being removed for the DPS is not a favorable trade, and Susquehanna Township are right back in it.
Oh, amplification matrix funneling damage into that small room. Baby Diva in the back looking to try and get back into the mech, having a real hard time since they acknowledge where their positioning is. As Little Big Ron gets the takedown before the remech. Nano onto the Ryan, but you are left into the waking arms of Chance with that gun continuing to pump out shots. Will eventually get the elimination. It's swapped back over and 15% remain.
And it may not even be that 29% this time around. The Bob's going to be put back in spawn. And Shiba XR is not even going to get through. They're trying to get the overtime contest, being harassed by Susquehanna the whole time. No one can even get to the objective here, Rich Rad. It's the overtime in play, but that's not enough.
The Junkrat overhead just trying to come back in for contention. You do see the second round going in favor of Susquehanna Township. And that's a very, very decisive control map for them to take this first game.
Very, very well played there by Susquehanna Township indeed. They make that look confident. I think the biggest thing about this is you walk into a match with swagger, you go into the opposing spawn, and you say, this is where we're going to play. And they did it both rounds, right? We can see, the fact of the matter is they held the spawn room and said, you're not coming to the objective. And that gives them the opportunity to just control the tempo of the map. And, we talked at the top of the show, Rich, what is the team that loses that nerves first from playing on land? They're going to be the team that's going to be successful early. And for right now, Susquehanna Township seems to be in full control of their emotional state.
And you can see it, just their sheer poised nature as they're looking to get into this next game. Just going to having some overview as well with a lovely bear on top of the head of one of the players, just feeling confident, having a good time. It's their little observer overhead, making sure that they're playing well.
Mad respect. That's a nice sweatshirt. That's a nice sweatshirt too. We've got some good stuff here.
And then the look, that's the look of a winner right there. Just getting into this game. But I mean, again, now as we're entering into this next map, it will be the selection for Conrad Weiser as you look to potentially have another variation from what we saw yesterday. A lot of King's Row, but now we do have Eichenwald in the possible selection waiting on confirmation, but we could look to see that map once again here today for this second semifinals.
I'm really loving, by the way, just the fun the players are having. Like even as they kind of set up, right? They're calm under pressure in a high pressure situation of all things too. So impressive stuff there. But yeah, no, as we kind of get set for map number 2, it is going to be the hybrid map. So it is going to be it looks like we are actually going to be loading into Eichenwald as our second map. So Seemingly that has been picked by Conrad Weiser. We'll wait for confirmation there. But interesting that they go here, considering the composition that was run by Susquehanna Township, right? The flexibility on display from this team has been impressive to start things off, right? Both the rush composition, they've got the dive, and they've got the shield comp in play as well.
And we do have the swap of sides as well, so we will have Conrad Weiser on the defensive side, whereas we have Susquehanna on the attacking position first, entering onto this lovely map. And, I mean, honestly, with what we look to see so far going into it defensively from this team, you're going to have Synphizer coming out with this far a play. Also going to be having the 76 for Chunky. Once again, 76 does bring a lot of value here, but I'm not surprised to see the far, because we talked a lot about how there's an open verticality when it comes to this first initial point to be taken and that first transition into the payload phase.
Yeah, and the other thing, too, is that clock tower provides a lot of aerial cover, right? That's the other thing, too. You can play around right here where Bean Dealer is kind of setting up. The Pharah can do, it can put a lot of damage down, but also get a lot of cover. So that's a good thing. That being said, I mean, we're seeing the double bubble in play from the offense, at least early. There's a couple of rockets coming in from Synfaster. That's 18%, now 25%, a quarter of the way to the barrage. So the Pharah putting a lot of hurt on the main tank roll there, as the Zeets is forced to eat the rockets, but still a good dive in from the opening attacking squad.
And there's already a lot of, assistance from Knuckle Bunny in the back, already at that 50% marker because of all the healing necessary due to Synphizer. Oh, almost actually gets the pickup onto Synphizer to eliminate that far a play. Immortality Field has to be committed here to keep the front line present and alive. But meanwhile, in the back, Chance is continuing to harass, gets the pickup onto the Baptiste. And this is now just a whirlwind of action. And I have to say, Chance fan is on fire for this Tracer play.
Yeah, that's a Tracer player doing their job literally perfectly. Disappear into the chaos and then appear when no one's paying attention to you to just get a one clip onto the support. And as the Resurrect comes in, you're there for the cleanup on that second one. Going for more, tries to get the one clip, forced to recall, but the Pulse Bomb here should get an elimination with how dominant they've been on the Tracer to this point.
Ooh, big Bionet landing. Nice little connect there as you do have this engagement. Zeet's going to come in up front with the Nano Boost, attempting to try and draw out as long as possible. Then the Primal Rage shortly after, putting them down below. Nice pin to mitigate some of the damage and to put that Zeet's positioning into an uncomfortable location. But all the while, you still have a lot of value being gained. Synphizer rotating onto this Genji to give some kind of versatility and variation, but it's really not going to be too helpful when you continue to have Chance fan crushing.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the big problem, right, is that there is a combo available to the offense for this next fight. You're going to have the Pulse Bomb, you're going to have the Graviton Surge, the Big Bang combo, it's been affectionately called. And, I mean, look at this. Everyone on the defensive end is grouping up. Conrad Weiser needs to avoid this Graviton Surge, otherwise this point could just be lights out for them.
Weiser trying to harass the back line. There's already the grab coming through. You don't even need to couple the Pulse Bomb with it when you have that Brig constantly just swinging away with the inspirational healing and just completely cleaning up this entire team with a kill. 4 minutes and 15 seconds about to reach this next checkpoint. That is a huge time bank for this final stretch.
Yeah, that's over 5.5 minutes now on the clock. And yeah, Chance fan still doing a lot of work here. Forced to recall early, but I mean, look at the pressure. Conrad Weiser has to pay attention to this Tracer because they're getting so much value without being contested at all.
Yeah, honestly, it's the Chance show right now, is it's giving so much room for everyone else to just do as they please. Little Bigron gets a double with Attack Visor, wants to take down this Genji play. The Omnic Ninja can't seem to flee with a combination of the harassment from Little Bigron and Zeets with the Tesla Cannon damages. Now, they look to peek this corner, and they're about to see the completion point for this inner castle.
The big problem here is Bean Dealer is actually caught out on essentially an island. The bubble is actually committed. There's the ante. They can't defend any longer. And Susquehanna has just increased the stagger from bad to absolutely worse.
And this Primal Rage lobbing those individuals into a corner. There is no hope for escape. The Lucio tries to evade, but Chance is there. Synphizer is really the only one that's being able to get really any picks at the moment just with the high mobility, but they're constantly being stuck in their spawn.
This is now the Tracer setting up on the high ground, just trying to find the elimination. Will identify the Ana, but will be able to escape for the moment. Oh, that's a big amount of damage, though.
Yeah, huge amount. Fire Strike comes now. Bean Dealer up front, being able to stabilize and stop the bleeding. There has finally been some resolve in these engagements to allow Conrad to hold strong, but look at how close they are to this completion already.
And I mean, look how much time they have, too. Conrad Weiser needs to pull some massive stuff, and it's already going wrong. There's the pulse bomb for 2.
This fight might just go awry with those 2 early. Grab trying to counter, coming in the back from Shiba with the Earth Shatter to couple up front, forcing back Susquehanna, but they might look for the re-engagement again. Still respawn advantage here for the defensive position of Conrad. You've got the Cassidy pumping out a lot of damage. It has the Deadeye available, but when you are just having to flee for your life, you can't even get an angle onto this aggressive team. The Deadeye comes through, only 18 HP, and nobody gets picked up.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Soundberry does not get anybody except the Lucio, and that's just the Lucio left to contest. That is going to be it. Sinfaster out of Wraithwalk taken down. That's going to be 3 minutes, 17 seconds on the clock, Rich. A magnificent time bank here for Susquehanna on their attack run.
I mean, this is just all around well played.
What is that?
I mean, I'm just mesmerized at how fast that was, and the amount of quality to every fight that was gained because of Chance Fan and this Tracer harassment is unbelievable.
It really is. And the other thing, too, is it's not, the Tracer's doing their job in a big way. Absolutely, no question about it. But Zeitz is also stepping up and has been sort of the focal point of the aggression, right? Even as, Tracer comes in to deal damage, Zeitz is the one that's taking the majority of sort of the aggression of the opposition and giving space for, the DPS to work. So for Conrad Weiser, they need to either focus they need to be a little bit more aggressive on their front line to kind of combat that and make sure they can get those eliminations through, or they need to play hyper defensive and just deny, Chance Fan the space in the back line to get those eliminations.
And as we look at this defensive position now, curious if... Okay, Chance is going to actually opt now for the Ashe play and divert away from the Tracer. And I mean, again, with what we've seen play style-wise and just their ability, it's going to be really impressive to see this double hit scan and potentially even the crossfire come through with both Little Big Ron and Chance Fan.
Yeah, the one thing to note is that there is no pocket play for the DPS, so there's no Mercy or Zen or even anything like that. So no damage amp in that regard. But that's going to mean that Zeitz is actually going to be able to be more mobile than their opposition, right? The Lucio speed is going to give Zeitz the advantage against Bean Dealer in these May wall setups.
Nice rotation here to acknowledge where their movement is. Joker gets the pickup onto Monkey. You've already got the Immortality field placed onto the field. Sinfizer can't even really push out into an open space because they're instantly going to get punished. You have even Chunky Boys getting taken down as well. This will be a nice instant hold coming through by Susquehanna with some decent percentage gains. Zeitz does go down, but again, there's more than enough time to get that back into play, especially when you've got the Reinhardt charge to get back.
Yeah. I mean, Sinvester identifies the fact that Zeitz likes to play that hyper-aggressive style on Reinhardt, right? And oftentimes will put the charge in play when perhaps a little bit more restraint would be advised. That being said, they can't really capitalize on it, so ultimately it makes no difference. I mean, Zeitz has the Shatter, right? So this is going to be the duel for the main tanks. See Little Big Ron taking so much damage early.
Yeah, you see the flank and have to retract back to the positioning to try and contest. Zeitz having that Earth Shatter, waiting to see if they need to use it. And at this point, they're trying to hold on to it as long as possible to get a couple of takedowns, so there's really no need to have to forfeit any of this ultimate economy, and they're just going to, by means of basic abilities, clean up.
Yeah, that's, I mean, the big thing there, of course, oh, there's a Bob going to catch this. Oh, this is unfortunate.
Oh, that stagger's not going to be helpful. Now you've got 2 minutes left to go. Looking to see if we can get back. Every second counts to dwindle off the clock here for Susquehanna.
Absolutely. And the big thing about Susquehanna is that they're, I mean, oh, do they, I don't think...
Oh, no. Bean Dealer sought Zeitz, and Zeitz was like, oh, I can't stand here. But a Shatter comes out, at least gets one stun. The Immortality field is there, but it's rapidly eliminated up top with Little Big Ron going a little ham with the Tactical Visor. Does still get one, and honestly, even though it's a little chaotic, Susquehanna is playing this scrappy fight very well.
Yeah, a little anti synergy from the tanks there. Synthix actually boops Bean Dealer away from the pin of Zeets, but in the end, it doesn't matter as the cleanup kills are there. And now Susquehanna are, looking at 120 on the clock and saying, I mean, we've got both support ultimates, right? We've got the sound barrier, we've got the amplification matrix. These are all tools we can use to deny space. Chunky Boys needs to come in clutch with a big blizzard here.
Nice takedown early, though, to eliminate that Ash play, who has been very, very dominant on this upper position. Blizzard is going to be forced into this to try and see if they can get some value with it, but now that they've used it far away from the point, they don't really have it to capitalize on the point. Little Big Run eliminates that Junkrat into the backside. Nice shatter to come through from this defensive position to see if they can hold on. This Chunky Boy now has to force the Cryo Freeze to survive the damage from the backside. This Chance Fan is almost actually back into this, taking quite a bit to get back. And defensively, they're still holding on to the self-destruct is here. Shield going to come up to mitigate the explosion. 40 seconds to go, and I mean, Susquehanna defensively could just be able to close it out here.
Yeah, I mean, Conrad Weiser needed to reset fully. They don't have any time to, force these staggered fights, and all they have is a quick play with the nano boost. And I mean, hardcore red drop cannot die here. You need this nano boost. It is the only ultimate you have available to you in this fight.
Chance Fan drawing back. They push through. Dynamite lands onto 2. Got Little Big Ron kind of isolated away from the rest of the team. You could see Conrad look to take advantage of it, but unfortunately there's so many picks coming through. 6 seconds remaining. Susquehanna is exerting so much dominance onto this. Bob is just the 7th player of the game, even though Joker does go down. That's overtime dwindling, and you have Susquehanna taking this very strongly, and that's going to be now putting them into a match point.
That is just a full control of the series. The confidence to take the offensive side of the map first, knowing that they were going to get the full 3 points, expecting those full 3 points, and then the defense was there as well. And now, Conrad Weiser on what could potentially be their last map. Choose wisely, because this is going to be where they have to pull back against Susquehanna Township to prevent the 3-0 from coming true.
I mean, it's quite impressive to see how much has been brought here from Susquehanna. But yes, it is do or die now for Conrad Weiser, as they have this final moment to recover and pick a map of their choice that can give them some kind of agency to claim this map and bring it to a 4th. But I mean, that is a tall task moving forward. They really just need, at this point, one of the biggest things is if we see a map that is Tracer favored, they need to either hyper-focus it or at this point find something that doesn't give any value to Chance Fan, because there has been much gained with that individual as a whole.
Yeah, this has really been a case of not finding, we talked at the top of the show about the concept of strats versus anti-strats, right? The shutdown potential from, a composition that denies the strength of what the team is running. And we haven't really seen that come to the fore in this match. And for Conrad Weiser, you have to expect that at some point you have to shut down these hyper-mobile characters in some way. It doesn't necessarily need to be, the Tracer, but if the main tank is also being aggressive, then that needs to be a potential pain point for Susquehanna. Right now, Zeets and Chance Fan are getting away with literally whatever they want to, and that has given a lot of room to Susquehanna Township to take this 2-0.
And I have to say, we've had our camera guy take a look at that shoe that's on the back of the monitor there. I'm wondering if that's like a lucky shoe that, they just have for, their support, or maybe that's some kind of, it's like the old school, Sandlot, where it was like the Converse shoes that like gave them more speed, and that actually was something that made them feel like they were faster. Gosh, that's going to show my age. But that's what it makes me feel right now, is like that shoe is the idol for them to run it back. Let's run it back and get the reverse sweep.
Speaking of running it back, we see the players getting geared up to get into game as they go for map number 3 here in a moment. Looking like Havana is where we've been locked into. Rich, this map could be the one that allows Conrad Weiser, at least they're hoping, to bring it back to their favor. But it must be said, the rush composition has looked really good for Susquehanna Township, and this first objective, not only can you play rush, you can play dive too, and you can play both to great effect. Both compositions that Susquehanna Township have shown complete control with.
As we do have that push onto this defensive position. You're going to have Conrad opting for the Orisa and Sigma, the dual shield up front with Sinphizer looking to adopt this double hit scan as well with Chunky, so that they've got the Ash and 76 play. The Brigitte going to be more for that close encounter once they come to that corner, so they can drop down from this balcony position, and really curious to see also what kind of value Chance Fan is going to bring on this Widowmaker, which we've not really yet seen any hard Widow play since.
Yeah, actually, I don't even think we saw any in the quarterfinals, so this is a first here. So definitely a lot of firsts on this one. As Conrad Weiser just choosing to have the high ground. This Brig is more, I think, for the anti-dive and also the peel for Knuckle Bunny. Sorry, for hardcore red drop, my bad, as the Baptiste kind of sets up. But again, there's that Wrecking Ball. That needs to be value found. It's just not Susquehanna Township are going to end this fight before it even really begins.
Yeah, and just giving so much on this initial push. They're going to be able to just basically push this to completion. Again, when you take this back further balcony angle versus attempting to play the close hold, you don't really get a full 6 re-engagement. And honestly, at this point, with Zeetz playing forward, they won't really be able to get a full 6 recontest.
And speaking of that, that's going to be the chance by going over the Tracer to give Zeetz even more tools to work with, right? That being said, that's a good opening. You take down the early elimination. If someone gets a card to contest, there is a chance for a regroup here, but Susquehanna Township trying to deny that.
Yeah, you can see now that side position. You've got the minefield to zone them away in addition, but Sandphizer coming out very big, getting rid of both the Brig and Zeetz, who played hyper-aggressive with that minefield. They are able to recontest this with just over a meter left to go. And even though we had the swap onto the Tracer play, not a lot of value being had here because that backline harassment with Monkey also having the crowd control can be super clutch, but Synthix comes in with the Sigma play to turn it all around.
Unfortunately, just running out of players there. Synphizer actually does a great job, though, on the Cassidy. Highlight to the DPS player. Opens that up by getting the pickoff onto the Hanzo, and then continues the Reign of Terror by taking out 2 more. Unfortunately, the respawns come back in, and the minefield does so much work. Another opening pickoff for the offense is going to deny space. Yeah, this has become a real slog for the defense here. They're just running out of players.
I mean, at this point, the biggest thing is they just need to gain some composure so that they can get to a full 6. The staggers right now, these back and forth, small, lacking full team engagements, it's going to be really challenging for Conrad to get back into this with 4 minutes and 20 seconds still to go and already reaching that halfway point in this distillery.
Yeah, and they just eliminated Orisa from the defensive side, so you don't have that main heals that you kind of need to keep this fight going. Look how aggressively Zen's playing up clear for the offense. No fear.
Oh my. No. Transcendence comes out instantly because of that prevention of fear. Bean Dealer gets knocked around and basically brought down as the Immortality Field is tossed into this upper room so that they can try and sustain the damage coming through. I mean, this is just scrappy and just raw fighting from Susquehanna.
Max is going to go down, and there's no one to support Shiba at that point. So that's going to be the reset here. A forced one from Susquehanna as they get to third, and 5 minutes on the clock. Rich, that is, I mean, we're talking about, we expect a minute on the time bank to be impressive. 5, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, and once again, you continue to see these staggers coming through. Chunky goes down, Little Big Run constantly harassing up front with Chance. Storm arrows for days as you might finally get the couple eliminations to slow this pace down for Conrad to regroup. But still, so much gained into this and going to be able to push up to this bridge wave, probably really uncontested for a majority of this segment of the game.
Yeah, and even as they lose the fight, they still move the cart forward because they have the positioning advantage on this objective, right? The first half, it's very difficult to defend. Now it's going to be the high ground. Sin takes us so much damage. And look how many ults are being dumped in by the offense.
Oh yeah, Minefield Flux is going to make them rise and fall to their doom as you've got an Ice Accretion getting a stun onto the front side. The Orisa hit with the Discord Orb is going to allow instant completion of that engagement. Bastion even comes out from Chance Fan to just stabilize and pick a corner to sit in for these last few meters. 4 minutes to go. I mean, this is going to be a nutty time bank.
This is, and I mean, with all the staggers that are coming through, it does not look like there's going to even be a token attempt at a defense here on the third objective. There's a Bastion in play now, too. Back and forth between the two doors. And even with that 3 minutes, 38 seconds, that's unreal. to put it in perspective for our viewers at home, when we see a 1.5 minute time bank on third of Havana, we say that's good, great even. Above 2, you're cooking with gas. Above that, and it's just actually unbelievable. That's Susquehanna Township doing a speed run of this attacking side of the map.
You're absolutely right with the cooking part, but I still choose charcoal. I'm sorry. I'm an old school wood chip kind of charcoal. Gas, you know, I don't know. It's just something different about it.
I cook on electric.
Side
I don't
note.
Really have, I don't really have any place to
that works too.
So, yeah.
You know, it's okay. Electric is still good. I'd almost actually take electric probably over gas too. There are people probably in the chat that are saying, really, Brad? And I'm going to be like, yeah, really.
Susquehanna now going to switch up the composition again, by the way, going over to the rush comp. Not actually, I take it back. This isn't a rush comp exactly because it doesn't have the May, it doesn't have the traditional setup. It's a brawl, but it doesn't have the sectioning abilities. I think they expect this is not going to be a mirror, so they're trying to play around more damage utility here from the Cassidy, from the soldier, right? And I mean, it looks like their gamble has paid off because it's going to be the double shield with the double hit scan here from the offense of Conrad Weiser, and looking like a smart play here from Susquehanna.
And with this positioning, you can already see there is a lot of damage on those shields, and pushing out through this doorway is going to be a monumental feat right now with how coordinated Susquehanna has been playing. I mean, Zeet's just sitting here at 70% already, and just having this Earth Shatter, I could see the Shatter even just being used inside the spawn just to show their dominance. Almost gets the flashbang on this. The Reaper trying to shred the health onto Zeetz, but goes down with a quick swing of the hammer. And now there's the Shatter to clean it up, and that's going to be another takedown with already 40 seconds off the clock.
Just for the record, Zeetz is up to 20%, Bean Dealer's at 27. There's a very real chance that Zeetz gets the another ultimate before his opposition gets the first one.
And I mean, it's pretty crazy to see how dominantly fast that can be, as now you're going to look to try and see some aggression coming out the doorway. Amplification Matrix gets a quick cleanup here once again, as they're going to force them back into this position. And, you know, for this being the second semifinals of the day, I mean, this is quite a display of dominance from Susquehanna over Conrad. And at this point, Conrad's got to find some kind of value pushing out in this and get some eliminations. Amplification Matrix might be it, LaFon.
Yeah, but this one, the Fire Strike doesn't go through, and you can see the flank coming in yet again. Even with the Matrix up, they're playing defensively. It's the damage coming from the team in red that's actually providing more value here.
Now with this Immortality Field giving some survival, you finally see Conrad able to break the mold, but this rotation by Chance Fan and the assistance from Joker on the Lucio with the sound barrier is still going to allow them to hold at the doors.
Yeah, and they get the elimination 2 onto Chunky Boys. That is a disaster play here, because even if they lose this fight, right, they've wasted so much time. We're now down to less than 2 minutes here for the offense to work with on a fight that was lost.
Now Chance Fan dropping from the high ground position does get a pickup, though. You do see the Immortality Field forced out, once again cleaning it up. At this point, they have a grab and they have a rip tire. If there is a moment for Conrad to get some kind of value, it is now, moving forward with that coupling of ultimates, even with the Dead Blossom too.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it feels bad, but you have to just dump ultimates to open things up. There's a Scrivetic Flux, though, and it's not even going to allow them to walk through. The sound barrier is eliminated. The rip tire is denied.
Oh my, this is just clinical. This is just precision play by Susquehanna. They are so responsive. They led with the Flux going into the grab, knowing that they could at least just buy some space and prevent the overflow of ultimates that could follow. And now, once again, we solely see those 3 ultimates coming online for Conrad to be the winner maker.
Even look at this. Synfix gets caught out, but will not be eliminated because the support is there. That's a good ante, though. Zeet's very weak.
Ooh, gets the Fire Strike onto Zeetz. That's a great opportunity. But again, these DPS players from Susquehanna have truly made this a unbelievable defensive hold.
Yeah, and I mean, now 30 seconds remaining, and It's feeling inevitable. It's feeling like we have our grand final confirmed, Rich. It gets the elimination in spawn. That's a 20-player kill streak for Little Big Ron.
Now, up top, you do have the Death Blossom primed and ready. They're going to draw back. There is the Immortality Field that does go down. Knuckle Bunny eliminated, but there is a quick response to it. Gets a double kill. You have Chance Fan clutching it out with the assistance of everyone towards this position. The overtime will dwindle. They are unable to leave the spawn, and you will have Susquehanna Township looking to move on to that grand finals as long as they eliminate the last remaining few.
They did not struggle through the first half of the map. They will not struggle here. The cleanup comes through. It is but a futile attempt. Shiba gets one elimination. Cannot get more? Possibly?
Well, with those couple of picks, it actually might be a chance for now Conrad to come out of this spawn position. Spoke too soon. Doors are still... They just have to get rid of Little Big Ron. Little Big Ron's just chilling in the corner doing everything they can.
Oh, the anti-nade in time, saved. It's still being contested, by the way. Overtime, this is not over yet. Conrad Weiser still has to fight tooth and nail through this first objective.
Yeah, still a monumental task, but they've at least taken one step in the right direction. Beautiful sleep to stop the high noon. Make sure that they can get back in. This Ana positioning far in the back, trying to stabilize and give enough healing for them to re-engage us on the front. They have to get the staggers. The Chance Fan now eliminating one. There is a follow-through, picking them up. Now that they are no longer near the spawn, it's going to be even more challenging to keep this overtime. And the second that they get off it, it will instantly vanish. And it does. Even though there was some lovely hopes for Conrad to come out finally in the end to get to that checkpoint, Susquehanna just dominated in the end and now finds themselves moving on to face off against Manheim.
Yeah, we see our grand finalists confirmed. Susquehanna Township, the cheers come through. That was a dominant performance, Rich. There's no other way to put it. That was one-sided in that final map. As we get set to see the teams kind of situate themselves, get ready for those grand finals. What a spectacular game we saw there.
I mean, this last one's going to be a doozy. I mean, moving on now to this grand finals where we've seen two teams still do quite well in dominance against their opponents. You can see in the bracket, we find ourselves at the last two. It has all come down to this, and it will be either Manheim Township or Susquehanna Township. But, I mean, both really did demonstrate their level of quality. And again, the DPS lineup right now, and if Manheim's sitting back, taking some pulse of how this game just went, they need to keep a very focused eye on Chance Fan.
Yeah, exactly so. And I think this is possibly the matchup that we deserved, right? As kind of coming into this, because the styles they play are they're similar, but different enough that the approach to how you shut each team down is slightly, at odds with each other. Obviously, with Susquehanna Township, it's based around Zeets and Chance Fan, kind of setting up in that, the DPS ping-pong off the tank's aggression. For Manheim Township, it's a little bit more holistic, I would say, right? The whole team is kind of in on the action, and it's going to be a case of can the 6-player team shut down those two hard carry while the 4 kind of try and approach the rest of the objective on Susquehanna's side. So definitely a question that we have to see to be answered in our grand final matchup here in the PIEA Championship weekend.
And before we have the opportunity of seeing that grand finals game, we actually do have an opportunity to talk with Zeets from Susquehanna, who just did claim that victory 3-0. LaFon, we're going to head down to the floor for you to get a few words from Zeets.
First of all, congratulations on your victory there. A dominant showing, 3-0 with the shutout there. Also the full hold on Havana. Just give me your quick reactions after the game with your performance.
Well, I want to say thank you to Conrad Weiser for coming out and playing the game, because honestly, they're one of the best teams in the tournament, so I want to give props to them. Super excited about it. I mean, we expected to do what we do, so we just came out here and executed. That's it.
Speaking of kind of going out there and just performing, you guys are now in the grand finals, of course, facing up against Manheim Township. What's your expectations heading into the grand final match?
I mean, we know we're the best team here. Like, I know you guys pointed out that me and Chance Fan are getting most of the eliminations, like we're getting the final blows, but truly, our team is just, we're the best here, right? So we just have to go out there, do the thing that we do, just like we just did, and it should be similar results.
Fair enough. The confidence speaks through loud and clear. I love to see it. Now, Zeet, last question here before we let you go to get prepped for that final match. What's it like to be able to play on stage, on land, representing for your school over here?
You know, last year we had the pandemic. We played at home. It was all right, but coming out here, having our family here, having our friends here, having the other teams, it's a surreal environment, and I just appreciate PIEA and everybody that put on the event. Yeah, it's great to be here.
Excellent stuff. Well, there you have it. We have Zeets from the winners box there. Heading now to the grand finals. We'll be there in just a moment. Rich Rad, back to you here as we get set up for the final game here of the season.
Yes, indeed. We are absolutely ecstatic to see what is going to unfold here. You can already see those Zeets knowing that they're the best team here. We'll be able to see in just a matter of time if those words will hold true. A beautiful hug even from that family member right there, the mom, I would anticipate, or regardless, a family member just giving that love to Zeets and their accomplishments moving forward. It's exciting to see this level of support. But like we mentioned, grand finals coming up in just a moment between Manheim and Susquehanna. You're not going to want to go anywhere to see who gets to raise that trophy high and take home that prize money.
All right, guys, we are back at Whitaker Center for the Science and Arts in Harrisburg 2021 PIEA Fall Championships, getting set for the finals for Overwatch with Susquehanna Township taking on Manheim Township. You just saw Zeets in our interview and Mom gave a hug afterwards. Pamela, you just got to take in an amazing experience. What's it like to watch Zeets on this big 4-story screen and come away with a win?
Wow, it's amazing. I mean, he and his team, they work so hard together. They're just such a cohesive group of kids, and it's so exciting. They're like pioneers, really. Like, this is a whole new arena that people never really thought, you know, could become something popular, something really fun to watch, something that has a future assigned to it. It's just so cool and exciting.
Yeah, to be in the crowd for this, though, I think that's so unique because you're used to going to live sporting events, and now you have this, and you hear the cheering. Like, what's that goosebumps feeling like when something goes well?
Oh, super exciting. Yeah, you're just like, your heart's pumping and your adrenaline's going. It's just like being at a live sporting event.
Yeah, and there's a lot of sacrifice, obviously, that goes into it, too. What's it like to be a mom of an esports gamer who's like, hey, Mom, I got to practice today?
Yeah, right. Practice today and all day and every day. Yeah, we're used to hearing Josiah from his bedroom, you know, screaming out the plays with his team. So it's great to be able to see them out here. But it's a lot of, I'll tell you, they put a lot of work into it. You wouldn't think it's much more than just video gaming, which I think, you know, people think of it, kids sitting at home playing video games all the time. It's a lot of work that goes into this.
Well, you see a lot of talent, a lot of skill, and a lot of effort that goes into making this so special.
Absolutely.
We're inside 10 minutes until the championship game. I know you're hopeful. It's not about predictions, but overall, what's this experience been like for you to come here and see us and reach that final?
Oh, so it's just so exciting. They've worked so hard. They've earned it. I have full confidence that Hannah's taking us home.
All right. We're coming up. Final round. Coming up next, Susquehanna Township, Manheim Township, 2021 PIEA Fall Championships. It's Overwatch, and it's coming up next.
Get off of him.
All right, so we're back at Whitaker Center for the Science and Arts here in Harrisburg, PA. This is what they're playing for. Coming up, Susquehanna Township, Manheim Township, they are set to take home the 2021 PIEA Fall Esports Championship. This is going to our winner. I don't even know. Am I allowed to let them see it? Do you guys want to see this thing? I mean, do you guys want to see what you're playing for? No? Okay. They don't want to see it. No, not interested. No, this is what they're playing for. Look, the key is at the end of this, between Manheim Township, Susquehanna Township, one team is walking away with this. This is why they showed up. This is why they put in all that practice time. This is why I took on all those challenges. 7 weeks of the regular season, that 16-team tournament leads to this. And we're going to give that away. That champion is going to be crowned in minutes. Get off of them.
Hello and welcome back, friends. We are excited to continue the rest of this tournament, but before we do so and get this grand finals underway, we have a very special interview with our PIEA board member, Bill Thomas.
All right, so we're joined by PIEA board member Bill Thomas. Bill, this is the culmination of a lot of hard work for these students, but let's go back to the very start of this. To have this esports on the high school sporting level, it's an opportunity for students to compete where maybe they may not have had chances to compete before.
Oh, absolutely, Bob, and that's one of the exciting things we have. You know, we're talking about a sport that, an activity that, you know, anybody can play. It's diverse, and a lot of the students who are playing may not have the opportunity to play traditional sports. So this is giving them a competitive atmosphere. It's giving them something to play for in a competitive space, and that's really important for high schools. I mean, it's a very popular activity. About 95% of all high school students, regardless of age, regardless of gender, are playing video games. And to be able to put that into a competitive space is very special, and it's giving an opportunity for students to be more active in school, which we know leads to better outcomes as students, right? Achievement levels go up the more you participate in school activities, and this is just one way to really culminate, you know, an interest of students who might not have any other outlet to do so.
So we have engaged students who are competing for their school for a prize, for a championship. Why is it important that we actually reach a title holder, a champion in this?
I mean, just like any other, you know, student athlete, you know, you play for a high school championship. That's what you want to play for. It builds rivalries in our communities, which is great for engagement. It builds an excitement on campus. It brings, you know, a whole lot of things that again, these students may not have access to, and it's important to crown a state champion because it's just really endemic to the high school experience, right? You know, esports is blowing up, and on the industry level, the professional level, just like traditional sports, maybe 1% of those students will go on to play professionally. But just like any other sport, you remember where you were when your high school won that 4A class football championship, right? And that's really what we're building here. These students are going to remember this opportunity. They're going to remember today for the rest of their lives, because that's what the high school experience is all about.
And they're going to remember the crowd and the energy. What do you anticipate when it comes time for the game and the fans are getting into it?
This is one thing that folks may not understand or realize is how engaging and complex these video games are. And there's skill involved, there's communication, it's an excitement. So I'm really excited to showcase the skill of these students, but also just what esports is, what all the hype is about, right? There are some folks out there who might think, what's the big deal? Why is this in the news all the time? A live event like this, the first one we're able to hold. The pandemic put on hold some things we had planned in the past, but this is the first ever in-person state championship for esports in the state of Pennsylvania, and we're excited to bring it to Harrisburg. We're excited for our students from across the state. We've got schools from Pittsburgh coming in. We've got schools from, you know, Butler County coming in, you know, outside Philadelphia. It truly is a statewide approach, and to showcase that here today in person is going to be exciting. I can't wait.
PIEA board member Bill Thomas, the energy is awesome. Ready to play.
Yes, indeed, as we are absolutely excited to be here to witness the victorious moment between these two teams. Who is going to be able to take that grand finals victory? As we do have these two teams heading into this grand finals match, Susquehanna versus Manheim. And honestly, LaFawn, we have had some stellar gameplay already. It's been 3-0 so far. Let's take a look at this bracket and just talk a little bit about how they've gotten.
I mean, we talk about the game that started off the show here today, Manheim Township versus LaSalle College. And Manheim, you know, they made quick work of their game. They said, let's get to the grand finals. Let's see how we can make a run back like they did last year, try for the first place finish. Then, obviously, Susquehanna, Conrad, Weiser, we just saw that game finish up a moment ago. In fact, so confident were they that after the game, they called themselves the best team here in the post-game interview. And with the performance they had in their match, I am not likely to deny them that level of swagger. So impressive stuff from both teams that we have in our grand finals here, Rich. And I'm for one, am super excited to see how this plays out.
Absolutely, and if we take, just an overall big picture, we've seen Manheim already be able to work through that first segment of their challenges, which was brought all the way back from last season. They took down Garnet Valley to find themselves into this grand finals eventually, and to be fair, we actually did see in last season Susquehanna also fall to Garnet Valley. So now these two teams going head-to-head have gotten rid of the one that brought them down, and now are trying to see who is the better of the two. Will Manheim Township find themselves able to claim victory in the second season, or will they be cut down with Susquehanna Township claiming victory once again? And they've got Manheim Township finding themselves in second place. Only time will tell, and we're starting off on the map of Nepal, Lafon, as we've seen time and time again. With these doors opening, I can guarantee you both these teams are just waiting to lay it on the line.
That is indeed the case. The keys to victory here for Manheim Township: shut down Zeets. Don't let the main tank get value for Susquehanna. Get Chance Fan in a position to succeed, and you will find victory. We are underway, as you said, on Nepal. Your grand finals begin now.
Excitement continues to ensue. Already an early pickup here. Chance Fan getting the elimination, but a swift res from Frogger in the back to get him back online, as there is a nice counter pick removing Widow Only, who was such a valuable player with this Pharah. And now you've got Little Big Ron giving that extra assistance while Chance isn't able to find value for Susquehanna to take this first.
That is exactly what we kind of needed to see from Susquehanna Township to open up. They were extremely confident, as we said, at the end of the last map. This time, though, they're going to get punished for the over-aggression. Zeets get stunned up, and that's going to be the elimination. Manheim Township now have an opportunity to walk back in. There's the dive from the main tank.
Xanthic's now going to backpedal slightly to see if they can regroup with the rest of the team and support the back line. As Little Big Ron separated towards that side position, but does have the healing zone to make sure that they are back online and go in with a tactical visor, attempting to eliminate the back position. Does get R. Santana attempting to get the Valkyrie, but the Nano is there to try and keep him up and can't manage to survive for much longer. Only gets the res and evades that damage for at least some time, but this is still Susquehanna climbing in percent.
Yeah, this is going to have to be the reset here. No more commits for resources for Manheim Township. This is going to be that 50% mark. And I mean, for Susquehanna, they're now hitting their stride a little bit. We're going to see Widow Only go over, try and play the Doomfist more aggressively off the Pharah that was the opening pick. But again, Zeets has the minefield. And with that applied to the objective, you have to put so much more in play. Chance Fan yet again making that rotation to the high ground to try and get that spawn camp in play.
Feel like deja vu all over with this pulse bomb ready and online for the clustered members of Manheim, pushing through up to the point, or keeping a very watchful eye for Chance to make sure that there is no ability to get that. But with that digression, there is a pulse bomb tossed around the corner and still gets R. Santana. Widow Only on this Doomfist, continuing to harass. And I mean, at this point, you still have a chance, though, for Manheim to possibly get back into this. But with that res coming through, and even though there is some decent engagements on the point, this should still be Susquehanna bringing it into the overtime. Drawing back is Widow Only to see if they can get the Meteor Strike on the point. And you actually do have some presence here. Zeet's going to try and contest to give Susquehanna another attempt for recontention, but it's lost at the 99%.
Yeah, that's still going to be the one-fight territory here for Susquehanna Township, and Manheim now on the brink here in round one. Looking forward, you need to be a little bit more careful with the application of the Nano Boost with Citrus Fruit. It has to go on to Aiden for sure. And Manheim Township, they need a pick to kind of deny Chance Fan this opportunity for the rotation. It's all about this first engagement here between Zeets and Chance Fan 127.
Yep, Zeet's going to take the slow play around the back, attempting to find an opportunity. Gets a nice knockback onto two. Does get flashbanged, though. Has to be cautious as the Harmony Orb looks to top them up from the Zen in the backside of Knuckle Bunny. But there's an early elimination. Gets the second. Little Big Ron taken down in conjunction. But you still have an even 2-for-2 trade here. You lost one of your tanks, though. Victoria Rose no longer there to mitigate the damage with the defense matrix as the Bionade lands. Beautiful positioning here from Citrus Fruit to get that multiplayer hit. Got Aiden, though, looking to back off a little bit to see if they can get Zeets once again before they evade. Has the minefield. Honestly, Zeets has been playing stellar. A pulse bomb comes in by chance, getting a double kill onto the support and to the DPS line. That's going to be enough to open this up. Overtime will dwindle, and with a team kill, round one to start goes in favor of Susquehanna Township.
Chance Fan with the actual explosive activation there on the pulse bomb, but do not be fooled. That was a play from the main tank Zeets to set up that play. The rotation in the back line, just putting a lot of pressure onto our Santana, onto Citrus Fruit to have them folk in the front line, and then Chance Fan comes in with a cleanup. Excellent play as a squad from Susquehanna yet again.
And we have to also just highlight, too, the fact that it's like, you have to think about it. Susquehanna just came off of a 3-0 win recently, and Manheim had to sit back a little bit. They had to sit and watch, so they're getting, a little cool, whereas you've got the train still moving forward for Susquehanna, and they're, feeling pretty good from that last game to carry into this one.
Indeed, we see it. Actually, we're going to see it. I believe the soldier again here as the teleport comes through. So Susquehanna will actually be out first here, Rich. You can see them posturing up, and Aiden identifies Zeets is rolling through. Takes a lot of damage. They have to be so careful here.
Victoria Rose kept Aiden alive with that. Okay. All right. Widow only falls to their doom, unfortunately. No pun intended. As you've got now this early position opportunity here for Susquehanna to take it, since they only do have the 5 to work with until they get back in.
They're going to keep going with that engagement. That's a brilliant ante to the backline, though.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be Knuckle Bunny looking to try and fall back and regroup, but Synthex still actually gets Aiden despite that, and this crossfire here from Chance, attempting to get some sight lines to maybe continue pumping out damage, the DMEC as well, and you've got this Susquehanna Township continuing to claim the point.
Full reset here from Manheim Township. They recognize there's no opportunity for success there. Now I believe Widow only is going to go over to a Sombra. Interesting stuff here. Okay, a lot of utility being applied to the tank line of Susquehanna. This is going to make Zeet's life very difficult. And now with Aiden Can't Meme on the Wrecking Ball as well, it's all about that execution in the back line, though. Zeet's going to still try and put as much pressure as possible with this Wrecking Ball in the mirror.
Big Ron again playing that side angle. Once again, going to get overwhelmed, though, by the Sombra and the Cassidy play from our Santana, so they do get the numbers advantage early, but Widow only eliminated by Zeets. Quick responsiveness and communication to potentially look for another as they round this corner. Chance Fan overwhelmed, has to actually see the Transcendence forced out by Knuckle Bunny to keep them stable, but Manheim able to push them back far enough to take this back.
This adaptation from Manheim Township is the right one in the right time. Waiting any longer would have been disastrous. Aiden Cammy actually coming in through with some clean picks. That's a nice combo. And Manheim Township not allowing Susquehanna to reset.
Yeah, that flashbang able to just get the advantage. Got Zeets, though, very aggressive. Another one to try and stop that mobility, but just misses outside of the radius. While Widow only attempts to try and get the melee onto Chance, finds it. And is approaching this EMP. Little Big Ron, though, coming out stellar with this 76 to continue harassing, and will look to get the third pick up onto the Wrecking Ball. So that's going to be a swap back again. The ebb and flow between these two teams.
That was a fight win with no resources used by Susquehanna, too. Manheim Township actually the one that commits. I mean, coming into this, right, at least it's not last fight territory. Manheim Township likely going to try and play this one slowly, get Widow only up to the EMP and try win it off that. That being said, Knuckle, great hack to deny the Griffin Flux.
Ooh. Yep, going to be able to completely remove all value from that, and you do have a little bit of contention, though. It's Little Big Ron getting some shots onto the back line. The res comes through by Joker, but Little Big Ron is really just being uncontested. There are some attempts, as you can see, by Aiden finally getting the value necessary, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to swap this back over. 15% to go. Widow only goes right onto the Zen, focuses Knuckle Bunny and eliminates it, and going to transition to the point to switch this back as they actually get the translocate out in time.
Oh, but they got caught out. Chance Fan knows where the translocator was, and now this is last fight territory for this map.
Yep, Victory Rose has to jump onto it, manages to proc the overtime, but you are alone on this point and eliminated. Tactical Visor now for the high ground with a decent angle so that nobody can even get there without being barraged by the damage. The Transcendence comes through in the back line from Knuckle Bunny to stabilize. Consistent, just bold DPS right now. Chance Fan and Little Big Ron holding this corner angle because all of Manheim is just trying to keep this in contention. There's no way that they can turn this back over, and that's going to be Susquehanna Township claiming this first map. And you can see it in their faces. They're just here to win. And right there with the fingers of two more to go. 2 more to go by Zeets.
Confidence in play there from the main tank of Susquehanna Township. And what I really love about this squad is not just the confidence, but the fact they're backing it up with the performance to match. It has been all the show right now, this has been Zeitz has taken full control of this match. We've hyped up the DPS play, but Zeitz has been stellar on this main tank and has been a huge part of why this team has stepped up. That being said, not to count out, little bit of ground on those flanks. Obviously, support's doing a great job as well. And Susquehanna Township now take map number 1. Manheim need to find a response. Otherwise, we saw what happened in the other 2 matches, and Susquehanna Township on fire here in our grand finals.
And again, hopefully with this first game, it allows Manheim to at least get themselves warmed up. They had some idle time to watch and understand the way that Susquehanna played, but now it is time to put all of their thoughts into action. As we do pan across, and you can see the communication between each of them trying to see what they can bring to this next game, because it is going to be a map selection for Manheim as the first map loss. So they will be able to decide what they're more comfortable with. We did see Eichenwald as an adaptation going into this previously. Would we cycle back to potentially Kings Row? That was earlier in the quarterfinals. You know, we're just going to give them a few moments to decide on what they're going to do. And we're also going to have a side swap as well to allow that adjustment in the attack and defending position, whichever Susquehanna is going to choose.
Susquehanna Township does prefer to run the attacking side of the map. They did it in every map that they could on the previous series, and even back in the quarterfinals, they preferred to attack than defend. So a team that is incredibly prominent in that role, and you were absolutely correct with your prediction, by the way, about which map we are going to. Kings Row is the site of our next battle here. And I mean, in the sense that you would like to ideally shut down, that level of hyper aggression that Susquehanna Township can bring to the table. That being said, even when they're off the Wrecking Ball composition, they still look good on Rush. And Kings Row, really well known for how strong the Reinhardt Rush composition can be. We'll see. Manheim Township needs an answer here on their map pick.
Game 1 to Susquehanna, and now game 2 here for this map of Kings Row will only be a matter of time to see. We've got now defensively first, Manheim Township bringing out Widow only onto this May play, which we have seen before. R. Santana also going to stick onto the Cassidy. Has a lot of value that can be brought. We saw some stellar flashbang play, getting those pickups when necessary. But again, it's just really trying to keep Chance Fan and Little Big Run in check, and also being very cognizant of the positioning from Zeitz to not open up that space for free sight lines.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if Chance Fan's actually going to stick on the Widowmaker, or if it's just going to be an early pick and then switch to a more standard hero. We can see the close hold coming in from Manheim Township. Widow only playing the May. Okay, there it is. Yeah, switch to the closer range Ash to try and just build those bobs. That being said, Manheim Township in the close quarters battle will be the better team, right? They have more survivability. If Susquehanna, however, can get a pick off with the damage amp onto the Ash, onto the Soldier, then things are starting to look good for them. And look at the shield break coming through onto Aiden Can't Meme.
Nice responsiveness, though, by Victoria Rose to try and harass Chance, but unfortunately does get demeched, and Chance is just laying in the damage, boosted by the Mercy. Joker making him laugh it up right now, as you've got Zeitz on the front line finally being countermeasured, but there is a nice return as well from Knuckle Bunny. So the Reinhardt has been eliminated for both sides, but while that tank line is brought down, the rest of Manheim will also fall in suit, and this is going to be a quick transition into the payload phase to open up into streets.
Yeah, Victoria Rose needs to stay alive here. A little ambitious of a defensive hold there from Manheim Township. They choose to let Susquehanna through the choke point, where they're stronger, I might add. Obviously, with the May, they have more control of the choke, and then let them gain the high ground where they gave it away. This is a good start, though. Victoria Rose with the uncontested elimination. They're going to walk back in. The wall misses, but they still have it at player advantage.
Now going to try and hold again. This is a very difficult position to push through. You can have a full hold here, and we've seen it before in the quarterfinals. So now with 5 minutes to go, it's a lengthy time bank for them to work with, and Aiden up front attempting to near this Earth Shatter to find the value, but an Amplification Matrix actually going to come out first, starting from Knuckle Bunny to push and break this line, where they are going to have quite a challenge to move through. Nice flashbang with the Deadeye holding onto it for a potential angle if they push out into the open space. But LaFon, this is just a slow, methodical play until it's active.
There's the Deadeye that catches one through the window. Self-destruct doesn't find elimination either. Susquehanna Township putting a lot of pressure, but it's actually Manheim winning the fight.
Manheim now going to also commit the sound barrier from Frogger to give that extra shielding to support, and you have Victoria Rose playing so well up top, but just needs to try and be cautious of that return damage, especially with the Mercy pocketing that Ash play.
Victoria Rose has done a great job of just harassing the high ground here. You love to see it, and there it is. A lot of pressure, and they're going to deny the res as well. Big play there from the front line of Manheim Township.
Now, Immortality Field on the lower position. Blizzard going to be committed into this. TacVisor attempting to try and turn it around, but locked down and put to ice. As you've got already a minute off the clock. Susquehanna aggressing, but Manheim responding effectively.
That being said, Manheim actually has to be very careful here. There's the Cryo Feast forced. They're actually caught out. Another bob by Chance Fan. And with no tanks up, Manheim Township have to retreat. The card's going to move forward a little bit. Caught in the middle of a rock and a hard place right now is Victoria Rose.
Self-destruct, does not be able to escape. Aiden now way out of position, doesn't have any assistance at this moment. You just need all of Manheim to fall back so that they can get their tank line back online. And you're going to see Susquehanna just rush this to give some space.
Yeah, I would expect to see Zeets try and lay down the shatter here just to make sure these players don't get out with their lives. Playing it patient though, Zeets not overcommitting yet. And instead going to save it for when the fight comes out. Just taking space right now is Susquehanna, rightfully so. There's a window though from Citrus Fruit, dueling.
Oh, Chance Fan does go down. Res instantly there, though, by Joker. The Maywall blocks a little bit of the sightline, so it's a guaranteed res to come back online. Zeet's going to play hyper-aggressive, though, to keep the distance. Looks for the pin. Does actually get booped. Great assistance to not allow the Diva to get D-back. But as I say that, it doesn't matter. There's an instant follow-up as there's 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and they're going to be able to reach this checkpoint to continue adding time to the bank for this segment of Ferns.
Yeah, it should be about 4 minutes, 15. Yeah, there it is, indeed. 4:10 is on the clock here. Oh, I mean, Frogger want to be doing as best they can to stay alive. They cannot go down here. And Chance Fan back on their office, staying here on the high ground with the pocket. Great chase there by Frogger Wannabe.
Pitching a tent, staying up top there, making sure that they are not going anywhere or being dislodged as they continue to pepper out damage. With Zeets having to draw back, Shield is going to be there to block the Fire Strike, but on the outskirts, you see R. Santana getting clipped by it with a Fire Strike as well. This is Susquehanna on Kings Road, just dominantly pushing it. Only has a few meters left to go.
Yeah, there is still tools to work with, though, for Manheim Township, right? The Bob, however, can put a lot of hurt in the back line here. The sound barrier to contest, the Blizzard on objective is what we're looking for from Manheim Township.
Nice wall to try and separate. You do have a... Oh, no, the Blizzard was eaten. Beautiful timing by Synthix with Attack Visor coming in to clean up from on high. That Cryo Freeze is not going to keep you alive for much longer as the completion will keep 3 minutes and 11 seconds on the time bank for Susquehanna's attack.
This has just been this has been Susquehanna coming in and saying, we have work to do, let's get it done. This has been a really, really strong map from them here on Kings Row. The pressure that they continue to apply, the confidence, the level of making sure they don't overcommit resources so they have availability. They're playing confident, but they're not disrespecting their opponents, and that is a very, very strong... That's a very tough thing to do, but Susquehanna is doing a great job of it.
And as we see the swap of sides, Susquehanna on this defensive position is going to look to make sure that there is no completion to this map to bring it into a match point situation, but... As we do take a pulse of this, we're going to have Zeets coming out on the Orisa this time versus what we've notoriously seen on the Wrecking Ball. This map, they're going to want to do the double shield composition. It would not be surprised to maintain that high ground where you're going to have both Little Big Ron and Chance Fan just shredding health values on this engagement.
I really hope Manheim Township actually sticks with this composition with the dive comp. Even though Susquehanna is playing a double shield composition, there is no brig, there's no Cassidy, so there's no stuns in play here. It's the accretion and the halt that you really have to worry about. And if you can dodge those, if you can get rid of those, then Manheim Township has a free path into the back line. And I'd like to see that find some value.
And now with the doors opening, 4 minutes to work with, you do have Chance Fan looking very, very carefully on where the angles of engagement will be. And again, you've got so much fortification to keep you alive to just put that damage out onto the entryway from Manheim. Manheim moves up just towards the statue, waiting to see when the dive's going to come through. Honestly, it needs to be extremely coordinated. Nice aggression here. Zeet's actually going to get a little bit tickled by the Tesla cannon damage down underneath, but they could actually try to climb up through the stairways as Widow only looks to try and find an opportunity in the back. Does have to back out with a deep, like 14 HP. That did not go as they planned.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no way for anyone to heal Widow only either. The rotation comes through, and Manheim Township are in disarray, Rich. They're falling to shreds. And Susquehanna Township High School are not allowing any space to work with. That dive, unfortunately, they get halted off the high ground. It's a good play by the main tank yet again, and it has to be, ended in the first fight. This is unfortunate for Victoria Rose. The stagger coming through. Winky, you'll miss that one.
A little bit. I know, right? As you're going to have now the Dynamite coming in over top, just a little bit of a subtle miss there. We'll act like that didn't happen. But yes, you were very right. I mean, Susquehanna is playing this so well and really taking advantage of this just overall high ground and watching these flanks. R. Santana on the Trace are going to potentially try and move up towards contention with this dive, possibly as Chance Fan going to rotate now to get some decent shots here and finds Frogger in the doorway. And now going to reposition. At this point, Victoria Rose is already DMEC. There's no way to dislodge this Ashe positioning up top and just going to go right into it down below and has Bob ready for this next engagement.
Big problem, too, is that Manheim Township, we saw Aiden's HP on the approach, goes down to less than 20%, right? Can't even get into a staging position to begin the dive. And it's really off the fact that Chance Fan's being given these free sight lines, right? Look how available the Ashe is to the opposition without being under threat. So this is going to have to be the fight that they kind of have to go all in. Citrus Fruit, though, taking so much damage early.
Attempting to dive in once again, getting out a little bit better than the previous attempt as Aiden now forces out the Primal Rage to try and remove all of Susquehanna from this high ground positioning. But meanwhile, the TAC Visor comes in looking to swivel that camera as fast as possible. The damage boost as well gives Little Big Ron enough to assist in this, and you have another hold, even though despite that was Manheim's opportunity.
Yeah, this is going to be a, on the one hand, you don't overspend, right? Tries for the one clip, not going to find it, forced to recall. This pulse bomb needs to be big.
Yep, absolutely, and you can see almost another. The pickup on to Knuckle Bunny or Joker needed to be huge. The Dragon Blade comes through, attempting to slash them down. Finally does after a third attempt, just in range. Now looking to bob and weave around the damage. Shurikens come through. Pulse Bomb hits the shield. They actually step out in front of it, so it does get two. Bolt tanks down. First tick claimed. And now you've got Manheim Township finally able to get some space needed to transition into this payload phase.
Also, surprisingly, not that expensive a fight. It's only the Pulse Bomb and the Dragon Blade that are really committed there for Manheim Township. Susquehanna now are going to give up that first objective. There's no way they could contest. We're going to see some switches as well. Susquehanna going to go for the mirror dive here, or a very similar dive, I should say. Chance Fan now back on the Tracer, looking to wreak havoc here on the cart.
Dropping down from up top, self-destruct at least gets rid of Synthic, so again, losing one player to have the numbers advantage to push through. R. Santana going for the TVT. Meanwhile, on the front position, there is a plethora of engagement and damage being tossed out as Victoria Rose takes out another. And again, this is so critical to start making up for the lost time on this first point.
Yeah, they need to get these stagger kills as well. This needs to be an elimination onto both Zeets and Knuckle Bunny, but they're getting away. You can hear the fact that R. Santana just trying to keep an eye out on Tracer. Chance Fan is doing their best to just harass the cart, slow things down. Susquehanna trying to regroup here.
In the corner by the bookshop. Oh, gets taken down. The Bionade lands. But there is a nice even trade 1-for-1. You've lost the support. Widow only eliminated as well. So this is the chance now for Susquehanna to stop their momentum, regroup. You've got Aiden just with eyes on Little Big Ron. TAC Visor's not going to be able to dwindle that health bar fast enough on the Raging Gorilla. You've got now Synthics looking to also try and mitigate. Self-destruct comes out. Doesn't really get any value. And it's still a scrappy fight with a minute 30 to go, LaFon.
Yeah, this is going to be Manheim Township keep fighting this one because they need all the time they can. They cannot afford to lose this fight, and Chance Fan forced to recall here.
Seeing if they can try and take him down near the payload. You do have Victoria Rose still here with the defense matrix to try and prevent that, as the high ground is easily actually responded to. Pulse Bomb comes through, gets blocked by the shield. You can still see this engagement, minute and 11 seconds. Self-destruct comes into the backside, doesn't manage to pick anybody up. As you now the Dragon Blade over top. Widow only goes in for the dive, attempting to try and harass, seeing if they can get any kind of value to keep this momentum moving forward for them. They do get the Baptiste in the back, and the support on the brink eliminated. 55 seconds to go, and this is still an opportunity for Manheim.
Pressure here for Manheim Township is climbing, but they're holding strong for the moment. The dive continues, and they're going to get the eliminations here to keep the cart rolling into this third phase. It'll slow down here quite a bit, but time is going to be added to the clock. 1.5 minutes is what they're going to be given. 2 minutes now, and Citrus Fruit gets spawn cam. Chance Fan chasing them all the way back to their early spawn. Susquehanna are going to try and take this fight with their superior numbers.
Oh, Pulse Bomb comes out now in the back, gets the support. Big advantage. Lot onto Knuckle Bunnies now for them to try and take advantage of this. You do still see R. Santana attempting to try and harass the 76, looking to bring them down. Little Big Run eliminated with the assistance of Frogger. Drawing closer. You have 1 minute and 40 seconds now. Again, a lot of time to work with, and Manheim is getting the momentum they need.
Yeah, Frogger wannabe here, and R. Santana in the back line just continuing to put a lot of pressure on, and the calls come through. The focus fire is there. They get to the spawn doors. Susquehanna going to take a moment here to take a breather, reset. Again, all Susquehanna need to do is prevent the capture coming through with any time on the clock. That's their win condition to deny Manheim Township the second attack run.
Now, 60 seconds. They have to complete this with these last few moments. Pulse Bomb is eaten. Beautiful responsiveness by Victoria Rose. Able to eliminate it quickly as you've got Aiden proccing and forcing out the Primal Rays to try and juggle them back. Entering back onto the point, Widow only. Also going to bring in the Dragon Blade, getting two. Looks for the support in the back for a triple. The play comes out on top. 45 seconds to go. They need to get this focus fire on the Tracer and eliminate Chance. Able to do so. 60 seconds on the clock, and they come back from a huge deficit in time.
That is spectacular stuff for Manheim Township. Their focus is impeccable. Again, the fact of the matter is they needed time on the clock to even have a chance at continuing this map, and they put their nose to the grindstone to come in with that final fight. Frogger wannabe and R. Santana in the back line. The Tracer and Lucio combo just made Susquehanna have to chase round and round while the rest of the team stayed alive. Excellent play there from that duo to give themselves that turnaround. And now, I mean, it's not out of the woods yet. They still have a lot of work to do, but they have the opportunity to do it.
And since they did have the 1 minute time bank and completion, it's lower than Susquehanna, so they do start on the attacking side when they take this position. And again, 60 seconds is not a lot of time, but there is still much that can be done. The biggest question is, this was their hardest position to push through. Once they broke this position, they were able to really make strides to get to the ending point. So this 60 seconds is going to be...
Yeah, what they need to do here is get on the back line of Knuckle Bunny and Joker. That needs to be eliminated. You cannot chase the front line and try and find value. You will just end up feeding away your HP. Widow only going for the pick, going for the scout. Doesn't see any angles. He's going to have to reset. Yeah, going over to the Genji. And now it needs to be the dive onto the back line.
Seeing if they can try and push through underneath through the hotel. Hulk's going to try and pull them out into the open. Can't seem to do so. Damage boost is still there. 15 seconds already dwindled off the clock. And LaFon, I mean, again, it's just waiting to see if they can get any kind of value, but they can't get any shots.
You can hear they're going for the nano play there. There's the dive in from Aiden. Into the back line. The bubble goes down, but they can't heal him.
Immortality Field has already been expended. They have to try and continue to persevere through this. Susquehanna starting to go down, eliminated. They aren't able to stabilize here, but there's some trades back. You've got Zeets up front, the only remaining individual. They just have to clean it up, and they're already starting to focus the points. They can transition into the payload phase.
Yeah, there's Frogger wannabe in the high ground. Going for the clutch play there. Takes out 3. The excitement comes through. And they're going to put on 3 on the cart, try and push that as aggressively as possible. Manheim Township, though, not a lot of tools in the tool bank. Susquehanna, wholesale changes as they go to dive here for the second phase. Overtime is now in effect.
You can now see, again, with the overtime, this is the moment. Every second and distance counts for them. You already have a couple of great pickups. Actually, the Immortality Field being one of them, but the Tracer is huge. You get Chance Fan out, starting to push through this archway. Zeets looking to harass, as you do have now the Diva to maintain. Again, the longer this goes on, the faster it will dissipate once they are off the cart. But look at how well Aiden is playing this. The nano boost going to give them even more agency to continue to push this forward, taking down another. This is a miraculous play by Manheim.
That is really good. That being said, the cart is being staggered out. Zeitz gets to the objective. Remember, Manheim Township, if they step off the objective for any amount of time, it will disappear. Overtime will fall to the ground.
Back, you do have that Dragon Blade ready, trying to wait and posture towards a position to get value to again continue the domination moving forward. A nice swift reset coming through. This Dragon Blade honestly is going to be, they're doing so well right now moving into this with Susquehanna Township.
Actually, Manheim Township likely will get this second objective as a result of the overtime spawns. Not only that, Susquehanna is trying to regroup as 6 to go for the recontest, but Sound Barrier is available, so too is Primal Rage, and the Dragon Blade, if not paid attention to, can put so much work in here.
Little big run now, waiting for that Tac Visor to try and find an opportunity, looking through that doorway as you do have now the Dragon Blade primed and ready with that Sound Barrier to give the assistance. This should be the checkpoint reached, just under 3 meters. The Blade going to be going and looking for the backline supports. They are pumped and ready to keep this train moving. Self-destruct, though, gets the counter pick. There's the cleanup, the remake takedown onto Victoria Rose. And you might just be able to see them prevent this completion of the next checkpoint. Overtime still lasting because you've got a lone Lucio rounding the inside. Won't be able to do so, and that will be a completion here just before the checkpoint. But LaFon, that distance gained in 60 seconds is still something to be proud of.
That is absolutely game winnable as a result. This has put Manheim Township back in this map. Syntax comes up clutch in that final fight, no doubt. That's 2 with the self-destruct, 1 more with the call mech. You have to give credit there for sure. But Manheim Township, they fought. They fought hard to get the cart back through the objective. I mean, Susquehanna on both attempts at the retake made it difficult for Manheim Township, but they paid attention to the objective, did not step off, had proper target calling, and more importantly, had someone always on, cart duty, making sure no one lost their assignment. And trust me, that is one of the hardest things to do in a high-pressure situation like this. Manheim Township, though, bringing it, trying to bring this map back to themselves.
And now, with 3 minutes and 30 seconds, it is a hefty time bank to work with to get to that point. But with now a new level of morale from Manheim after that push, you could hear the excitement being just explosive through the comms from Manheim to push it as far as they did. With this defensive hold, they have quite a mountain to climb. But again, it's something that they can do because they've already been able to definitely show that they are here to keep this game going.
Yeah, this is going to be, this dive is going to be very interesting because it's going to be rush composition coming out from Susquehanna or that hybrid poke look. Widow only, spots out the Ash, gets out of dodge. This needs to be a reset here, has to play safe. Manheim Township will choose now as their engage time.
Aiden now, beautiful Bionate to land onto 3, managing to get it, but even though they got a huge advantage early, this is going to be Susquehanna responding much more effectively after they just subtly drew back a moment to give some space to themselves and a moment to top them off, and that's going to be a quick take here to transition into the payload phase.
Yeah, that is a big pickup there. Manheim Township, they think they see the opportunity with that anti-nade coming in from Citrus Fruit, but the Immortality Field pulls work overtime. And they delay long enough for the Bionate to dissipate, and the cleanup comes through. The healing is there. Susquehanna Township now, I mean, they're weak, but it's Manheim Township who are losing the players. They have to stay alive. Again, that golden box of victory is only at the end of second, and Manheim Township are giving up so much ground here.
And now as they gain this ground, there it is. You can see it on the floor. You have that golden box, and they're just completely holding the line right now with 2 minutes and 15 seconds. You are going to have to solely rely on this ultimate economy to try and turn it around. But the Deadeye gets a pick up onto Citrus Fruit. They're eliminating the support in the back. And there's now Widow only attempting to gain value, gets 2, but a Fire Strike comes in from Zeitz to shut it down. There is still a massive distance. And honestly, our Santana on this Tracer, keeping it here is a beautiful play.
Yeah, no, the fact that Widow only gets 2 picks while the card's being contested means that there is very much a fight available here on this objective, and they actually don't use too much for it. Mana Boost is going to be here, Pulse Bomb as well, so too is the Dragon Blade. Eyes on Zeitz, though, with a well-timed shatter around the corner could end Manheim Township.
Seeing if they can land it, but the shield has been active. There is the Dragon Blade, gets 1, counter shatter, knocks them down, self-destruct in comparison, but you still lost 3. The Nano Blade comes in with a ton of value here and is able to hold them once again. Minute and 20 seconds. Manheim might just do this.
there is still very much winnable. That's 2 ultimates down for Manheim Township. Susquehanna, though, still operating on empty. Support ultimates coming through in a moment. Aziz's actually committed to shattering that last fight. You're looking here. I mean, there is a hero in play somewhere on this field. Who's it going to be? R. Santana with a possibility. Victoria Rose as well. Both explosives in play.
Find an opportunity to dive into this. You've got the remake. Beautiful sound barrier. Gets the remake takedown onto Zeets. It is now looking for an opportunity to just keep them here. Another fight win. Manheim has come online, and that push for that second attempt has really lit them on fire.
That's a team kill, but it's expensive. Manheim Township committed everything. Aiden Can't Meme is going to be needs to be difference maker here with the shatter. Needs to build it quickly. And I mean, Susquehanna still has a sound barrier for the survivability in this fight. We are in final fight of Kings Row. This is for the map.
On the outside, you do see Chance looking for a potential avenue to dive in as the Earth Shatter comes out, locking them down. Joker gives the sound barrier to survive through it as the Immortality Field is committed. There's the Shatter, does manage to get quite a few. Widow only attempting to do everything they can in these last few moments with the Shuriken damage and the dash resets potentially in the backside. Bobbing and weaving, but Little Big Ron is attempting to take down the Omnic Ninja. They finally able to do so. The stun onto Victoria Rose with a melee soon after, and they are just looking to clean up these last few meters, but there could be a recontest with that delay.
There is very much going to be one as a speed boost came in. We all about the stall picks here. It's delayed players coming in. The Deadeye gets no eliminations. Overtime.
Oh, flashbang. Overtime has commenced. You've got now that D-Mech onto Synthix, getting back into it. Has the self-destruct shortly as a pulse bomb comes in from the side. Aiden goes down. You've got Citrus Fruit unable to withstand the damage. And Manheim in these dire stretches are starting to fall short. The self-destruct should be enough to eliminate those close in proximity as Little Big Ron, left uncontested, can get the picks necessary. And this is going to be a completion of map 2. What a stellar play from Manheim to make this one heck of a mountain for Susquehanna to have to fight back for.
Susquehanna Township, though, they claw it through. They take it to the very brink, and they do not break. They take the round. They take the map. They are now at match point. We see the confidence there, the little bit of a hesitation coming in from Zeets in that moment. Right. But man, what a spectacular showing here from both squads on Kings Row.
You still have some other confident plays, though. 3-0 on 1 for the hand gestures, but I would agree with you. Zeets right there in that moment on the sternness in their face and the stoic nature saying, okay, I was a little closer for comfort than I think I would have liked. But this, again, is a moment for Manheim to feel really proud of because they came out and were really just moments away from making this a 1-to-1 map score. So I am not at all going to count them out of this with how well they played Kings Row.
No, not at all. This is still very much anyone's game. I mean, certainly Susquehanna is still in the driver's seat, but that being said, Manheim Township has shown they are here to play. That was literally down to 1 player difference on that fight. If that pulse bomb had whiffed from Chance Fan, that would have been a very different story. It just did enough damage to take Aiden out, and then enough damage to weaken the remaining members of the team. Citrus Fruit was also taken out as well. So, I mean, that was exciting. That was a spectacular map from Kings Row. It's been a really long time since I've seen a Kings Row that good.
I mean, we've seen a lot of Overwatch to say that too for moments like this. And again, it's just because of the caliber of play that they're so, neck and neck. There are those hero plays which we've seen, and again, Widow only really stepped up on that Genji, which we've seen before earlier when it came to the quarterfinals. That there is still a lot of value that can be brought into it. The triple kill from the Dragon Blade was so critical as well to try and bring those fights into more extended engagements. But again, it was that early time bank that was gained, that 3 minutes and 30 seconds. If that would have been any less, that could have been vastly different. So every inch and every ounce that you put into getting that extra little bit makes a huge difference in the bigger picture.
I want to highlight Citrus Fruit a bit here because they were a huge part of why this map was closed, though. Chance Fan, who we've been highlighting all weekend long, has been spectacular on the DPS role, no doubt. but Citrus fans stepped up in a big way on the Ana. A lot of times straight up eliminating the Tracer, right? Or dueling, slowing them down, making things really difficult for the DPS player. And when a support is able to do that and keep your front line up, that's going to be a difference maker. And I'm hoping that continues for the rest of the series, because Manheim Township, they're this close, Rich. They're so close to bringing a map in their favor.
Ooh, and we're going to Dorado, it looks like. We're still waiting on confirmation, but we can see that hover over right now. So we're reliving potentially another map for the third time in a row today. And again, you can see right now, let's just look at the players, keeping the energy high. Wipe a little bit of that potential tiredness out of the eyes and getting back into this as they're looking to have a reverse sweep moment. Manheim, it is everything that they have to give to this, because the only chance that they have is winning all 3 maps in a row to claim this trophy and not find themselves once again in second place as we saw last season.
This is going to be this is every map from here on out is playing for everything for both teams, right? There are no more mistakes to be made for Manheim Township High School as we are headed to Escort for our third map, potentially the final one, as Susquehanna now sit at match point here in our grand finals of the fall season of PIEA.
And I mean, again, I wouldn't be surprised to see if we went to Dorado again, because I definitely think that Manheim played it very, very well. I mean, not to say anything. I mean, Susquehanna played it very well in addition. But again, going into this, I could, honestly say that with their, options moving forward, I think that this is probably the best opportunity here for Manheim in their compositions and what they play to their strengths to really try and bring this into that first step to a reverse sweep.
That's the important thing that you kind of touched on there, Rich. It's playing to your strengths and not your opponents, right? At this point in the time, these two teams got to the grand finals for a reason. They're the 2 best teams. I think they showed that in the semifinals. I think they showed that throughout the regular season. At this point in time, you have to trust that as being one of the 2 best teams, that you play to what you've played all season long. Don't change your game now. You got here playing your game. Changing it is, I think, an admission that you've lost, right? So for the fact that they're going to Dorado here, for Manheim Township, I think is a good thing. I think this is a smart play. It's a play that says we're confident in our own ability, and you need that to be a champion in anything really, but especially here.
And as we move on to this position, Susquehanna has opted to take the attacking side first to set the boundary. Once we take a swap of sides, but defensively, we do have our Santana entering onto this Tracer play, and Widow only going to keep this Genji. I mean, again, the value that is being brought is really significant, so I'm not surprised that they want to stick with it, because it was so important to have, especially when you've got Citrus Fruit backing you.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, too, is if you can get onto Knuckle Bunny and Joker, Joker's going to have to play overtime, peel overtime here for the backline, because this is going to be really difficult in the Zen otherwise.
The TVT down below, our Santana already has to force the recall, has to now force theirs as well, gets the 1v1. It's a little bonus prize despite the game going on, as you had a great Bionade land from Citrus, but again, no capitalization on it as there's already a good 30 seconds off the clock. Widow only picked up, the deflect doesn't last forever, and now you've got this payload pushing into the marketplace.
Yeah, this is going to be now giving the chance to unleash in the backline. Look at that harassment on the front line. The tanks have no chance of escaping. Citrus Fruit trying to work overtime and can't do so. As that's the main tank down, and that's going to be the reset coming in for Manheim Township. That's just going to be first point.
Yeah, I mean, with, again, big time banks we're talking about. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. That is so much to work with. And honestly, with how Zeets plays the high ground positioning in coordination with Synthix, this is going to be an open space for them to really just utilize that high and low ground position transition.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the health bars for the 3 players to the left of Manheim Township, they get a chance fan, though, down. So this is good. Victoria Rose DMAC is not ideal, but they can actually start to work with this, especially if they get the stun through. Zeets takes so much damage, even with the Transcendence in the back pocket.
Yeah, Transcendence is going to be used from Knuckle Bunny, so they do lose that support ultimate. And again, at this point, Joker just still trying to catch up at this point, generating towards that rally. But Susquehanna is honestly playing this so well, despite having lost some early positioning, but will reclaim it. And Little Big Ron even though Widow only is focusing them, there is still so much outplay mechanics to get rid of this Genji.
Yeah, the big thing here is that Susquehanna Township is forcing the dive onto Manheim Township's backline, and Manheim Township can't get to the weaker side of Susquehanna, right? The Zen is not really being threatened, so Joker has not been forced to work at all on this break play. Now, I mean, that pulse bomb goes wide, but self-destruct is here, tactical visor is here, Manheim Township need to contest, and they don't get there in time. That's the third point unlocked.
3 minutes and 40 seconds we're talking about for this last stretch. We could be seeing ourselves at another plus 3 minute time bank right now with how they're playing. Nice couple of pickups as well. You do have Little Big Ron eliminated at the moment, but there is still some opportunity to push into this. Has to be cautious though, getting a little bit spread thin here so Manheim can take advantage of it, and they're gonna throttle into this. There's the self-destruct, but that's all gonna be covered. And here is the payload finally reaching a point of no more moving forward.
Yeah, Victoria Rose actually stepped up big in that fight. Gets elimination onto, or gets the body block onto Zeitz, I should say, and then continues the peel onto the rest of the team and defends the backline. Excellent work from the off-tank there. Now Manheim Township has an opportunity to breathe. There's 5 ultimates in play. Susquehanna making a wholesale changes. The one thing here is you don't want to overcommit if you're Manheim. The Transcendence can easily shut down the Nano Blade if it was used. So I'd like to see that layered instead. Try and get the Transcendence out with one ultimate and then follow up with another to get the eliminations.
Packs coming out to try and situate themselves as a nice early takedown. Nano Blade into the back. Transcendence perfectly timed to make sure that they mitigate it. Everyone's sticking close to prevent that blade from getting any value, but still actually gets
Great bubble.
It does just step outside of the realm to survive, and you've got, once again, Widow only on this Genji play really striding in the right direction to keep this defensive hold. But now it's a little overzealous.
Aiden is actually the clutch factor there. The bubble goes down, and the Transcendence is contained within it while the tank steps out. And that's a good anti-nade from Citrus Fruit. Gonna put so much pressure onto Synthix, who has to back out. And Aiden continues to put pressure on this front line, rather, as Chance Fan. If this pulse bomb sticks, then you start to open things up. But Manheim Township have brought a little bit of space themselves.
Dive coming through. Zeitz up top is dislodged, so he does have to go onto the lower position to try and see if they can counter against the dive that comes through. Primal Rage active by Aiden. Oh, a sleep comes out. What a great play by Citrus Fruit. You highlighted it earlier, and there's a perfect POV moment to do so. This Chance Fan underneath attempts to still stick near the payload. Won't be able to stick around for much longer as you have another hold here from Manheim defensively.
That's going to be the Primal Rage from Zeitz to make sure that the Ana goes down. Citrus Fruit has been a thorn in their side. And this is still putting a lot of pressure onto Manheim Township. They're losing members.
Yeah, they're actually going to be able to turn this around. I honestly thought they would draw back just slightly, but they're committing to it. Their aggression is so high, pushing these last few meters. Somebody has to touch their body blocking. The torso just flies by of the Winston play, and you have Little Big Ron once again uncontested, pumping damage into the opposing team. And that's 3 minutes on the time bank.
Susquehanna Township High School have, never mind a spear, they have a trident, 3 different points of pressure. When you think you deal with one, right? You think Zeitz is gone, then Chance Fan pops up to take a little bit more damage. You deal with both, and who's there but Little Big Ron? And it continues down the list. This team has just been consistent across the board. You have those pop-off moments, no doubt about it. But it's every other player on this team that's performing in a big way that has allowed them to have a time bank as massive as 3 minutes here on Dorado.
And now, defensively, we will take a look to see what that composition looks like. You should feel proud of that 3 minutes, Susquehanna. Again, you gained a huge time bank in Kings Row, and no surprise to see quite a large one here as well on this map. As you do see the Little Big Ron not wavering. Their composition's just going to stick to what they know is confident. A little bit of an adjustment, though. Knuckle Bunny going to go more so for that Ana play versus the Zenyatta, so they can utilize that. And just curious at this point, you know, Manheim Township with their comp, they're going to stick with it. They feel confident in this comp that they can just continue to play and try and push back Susquehanna.
I think they've also had the most success in this composition, so it makes sense to go with what's working, right? They've looked more cohesive, more coordinated, I think, on this dive comp, and their engage timing has looked better. So I think this is a smart play. Frogger Wannabe going to the brig also is a big change, a good change in my opinion. Makes it a little bit more difficult for Chance Fan to just jump in willy-nilly.
You can see this main position up top Waiting for the engagement. Chance Fan goes in for a little bit of damage. Doesn't really get too much value, to be honest, and has to be super cognizant of Frogger on this Brig play, because if a stun comes through, that's an instantly dead Tracer. But nice couple of takedowns early. Widow only gets the elimination onto Little Big Ron, but that's a quick regroup with those legs to get back with that movement speed.
Yeah, the one thing there is you can see, again, Zeets and Chance Fan cycling aggression, right? Chance Fan never enters the AoE where that stun will hit. Meanwhile, it's the bubble that kind of allows Chance Fan to dance in and get those eliminations. Big play there from Susquehanna. The front line acting in perfect sync. This time the recall is forced, I believe. Chance Fan doesn't get the one clip they're looking for. That's going to be a bit of a reset. Manheim Township looking for the dive opportunity.
Could potentially find it. Shots just behind the wall. Dive comes in from the Winston play, but Aiden is obliterated on the incoming direction. No ability to even deal damage onto this high ground with their just boosted positioning. And at 2 minutes and 40 seconds, you're going to have Manheim once again try and draw back and regroup.
This is going to have to be the reset. Oh, and they're not letting them out. That pulse bomb is going to whiff, but it doesn't matter. Citrus Fruit is unlikely to survive this one. In fact, we'll take the elimination themselves. We're going to see another swap coming in. It's going to be back to the Reinhardt here for Aiden. Widow only over to the Sombra. This is... Oh, no, Citrus Fan. No!
Oh!
Whoa, okay. That's great bait!
Yep, it really was. Our Santana gets the pickup onto their counterpart, but does go down by Little Big Ron up top. And again, still just free to fire. Nobody can get there to remove Little Big Ron. And just sitting alongside this Ana play. It is so challenging for Manheim to even open up an opportunity of contention here. Zeets has to force out the Primal Rage just because they want to keep them back. I mean, they could have held on to it if they really wanted to, because it's really not going to gain much further value.
They did also use the Nano Boost to keep Synthix alive as they were hacked, trying to get back in mech. So those are two big resources taken away. I mean, that's still confidence, though, that they're able to win that fight back out, right? Tactical Visor now online for Little Big Ron, and that is nearly a D-Mech onto Victoria Rose.
Oh. Our Santana with the Pulse Bomb. Sitting in the back, just waiting to enter into this. They don't know that our Santana is there. It is going to have to be perfect to get this. The double dash sticks onto this. Oh no, it actually misses the support. I thought it clipped it, but it hit the pillar instead. And that opportunity has fallen away. Little Big Ron now with Attack Visor getting the support on the low ground and Tracer play in the back lines. 60 seconds to go. This is now just falling to the wayside for Manheim.
Yeah, there's going to be another D-Mech. They have to kind of reset here. There is no choice. Manheim have one fight available to them remaining. They need to capture this first objective. Otherwise, their series is over. It's the EMP online here. The rally is going to be available for Joker. If Joker gets it stacked up before the EMP comes through, it's going to be so much harder to clean through. But all eyes right now on Widow only. EMP's the only thing standing between them and an absolute disaster.
Oh, EMP and self-destruct do connect. They get a double. That opens it up. There is a third to come through onto Chance. This is the moment they needed. They finally were able to gain value with a coordinated effort, and you will see them push into this, staggering out the Diva. They have managed to push this, but they still have a long road ahead of them if they can reach this checkpoint.
With that elimination to a Knuckle Bunny, they should be able to get this first objective, but they are in overtime. There will not be much time added to the clock, only 2.5 minutes. And the pressure is on for Manheim Township. Can they make a mirror of what happened on Kings Row? They need it. They desperately need it here, Rich, for sure, for sure.
But underneath, you do have Aiden. Be very careful. Does get knocked around a little bit. Still surviving. The test cannon damage from Zeet. Oh, but a great stun assistance in the back position from our Santana, who, by the way, has like 1 HP and is still alive and gets the takedown onto Zeet.
Yeah, this is still gone. This is still going forward, though. Window only translocates at literally the last possible moment as the cart continues to move forward. Little Big Ron here on the flank just continues to rain down damage. Chased away by Frogger here for the moment. Frogger, though, while that's happening, has to give up possession and protection on the Ana. And that's another pickoff.
Moving here again, seeing if they can try and get value. Chance Fan looking to try and survive. 10 HP, self-destruct tucked away into the back by Synthix with a Primal Rage coming out onto Aiden. Eliminate the tank line. 1 minute and 25 seconds. Frogger commits the sound barrier for Manheim. They're entering into this fight where they're, I think, a little bit short on opportunities to actually win it. And you still see that Santana trying to break the shield to get some assistance in the back line, but Susquehanna is going to be able to maintain.
That being said, there comes Santana yet again. We'll get the elimination onto the break, slowing things down for the defense. They can still keep control of the cart, can Manheim Township. But now we are in the final minute of play here on Dorado.
He's dropping down from on high, attempting to try and get the damage onto the Lucio play. His Little Big Bron forces out the tactical visor, looking for some shots. High Noon active. Can they get a pickup onto Little Big Bron? It does come out. Santana eliminates that high ground positioning with the hit scan. Victoria Rose, the self-destruct in the back, gets the D-Mech, and they still move this payload.
Here comes the EMP combo.
Looking to see if they can translocate in. Self-destruct, second time around. 4 with potentially... Oh, only gets 1. It's still something. But Nano Boost did come out in time, though, so it has been thrown into play. Widow only underneath near the bank does get eliminated once again. 15 seconds to go, and now this is the moment. They have to get back to even just touch this.
Aiden can't take so much damage on the approach. 127 HP, 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, can he get to cart? Will barely trigger the overtime, but gets taken out immediately.
Oh, Pulse Bomb comes in onto Frogger. They have no more utility. The overtime shall dwindle, and that's going to be Susquehanna Township claiming the championships in this grand final. Look at the excitement on the stage. They are lit for their win, and you will have Manheim Township unfortunately finding themselves in second place for a second time this year. And just massive shout out to all of those on Susquehanna Township for claiming this grand finals victory and the road it took for them to get here.
You saw them in the interview at the end of the semifinals. Supreme confidence in their gameplay. They come in here all business. It's a 3-0, and only when the job is done do they allow themselves the excitement of the victory. Congratulations to your 2021 PIEA Overwatch champions, Susquehanna Township High School. You guys earned it.
I mean, just a miraculous display of gameplay, and let's take a look at it. You know, we talked about maybe breaking the mold of not seeing a 3-0, but let's keep it consistent because it has gone from quarterfinals all the way to grand finals. But, I mean, we gotta be honest, it looks like a 3-0, but Manheim Township definitely put up a fight, especially in that Kings Row match where I think you and I were both completely baffled by the ability to turn that around.
No, both teams have to go home with their heads held high. There is no other way to say it. Both teams put everything out there on the field of play to provide a performance that I think was spectacular. These two teams stepped up for the grand finals and really gave their best effort. Manheim Township, you know, yes, you come in the second place, but that's nothing to be ashamed of. You still played incredibly well. And I mean, for Susquehanna, this team, you know, we saw them in the quarterfinals. We saw them 3-0. It wasn't close. I said, okay, maybe when they get to the semis, it'll be a little bit. They did it again in the semis, and here in the grand finals, again the 3-0, making themselves. They came through this playoff bracket as the best team, no doubt in my mind.
And we actually had the opportunity already once to talk with Zeets, but we're going to be able to have a second time to do so, but this time as the grand final winner. LaFon, we'll let you head on down there to take a word with Zeets and just see how they're feeling after that one.
First of all, congratulations, Zeets. It has been not a lot of time since we last spoke to you. You came up here at the end of the semifinals. You said you were the best team in the bracket, and you stood by it. Here you are. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. It's surreal. We've been working on this for a really long time. 2 years, this same squad has fought for that championship, and now we finally got it. So it feels great.
Yeah, the excitement on your faces was extremely apparent there at the very end. I mean, you guys were confident coming in, no doubt about that, but you could see there was the moment of there. What was, now that you're going to have a little bit of a moment of time to kind of think about it and kind of appreciate what you've accomplished here, what has been your favorite moment so far?
There are so many moments that I can recall and just say wow, our team is great. I'm so blessed to have every single one of those boys on this team. I think from today, some of my favorite highlights is just the banter, right? Because these are two teams that have historically matched up really well against each other. We scrimmed all season. I think that the banter between both of us, it's like friendly, but aggressive. It's a fun thing to have since we're in person here.
Yeah, the heat of the competition is spectacular. You talked about being in person. I want to get your feedback on that, right? Obviously, being able to play in such a high pressure situation, right? It's a grand finals. You don't get a lot of those very frequently. What's it like being here in person to experience this victory?
Again, it's great to have our family. It's great to have our team all together in one place. It was great to hug everybody after the game. I mean, that's just something that you miss out on when you're all playing at home. Yeah, still just shocked from the win.
Final thing, Zeets, because you deserve to go back to your team to celebrate. Anyone you want to shout out here at the very end?
I have so many shout outs. I have, first and foremost, shout out to my brother, Micah. He started our program a couple years back. We played out of our computer lab at school. None of us had computers. We all played on console. So shout out to him. Shout out to Mr. G, who has been our advisor the entire time. Shout out to the entire team, Nick, Jaden, Kang, Brian, Ron, for sticking with me. Shout out to Alex, our bench player this year, who has been there every single time we've needed him. I mean, great plays from everybody. I love my whole team. I love this environment. It's just been a great experience.
That is amazing here. Congratulations, Zeets, yet again from everyone here. You guys put on an amazing performance. Stepped up in a big way. 3-0, your grand final champions here at PIEA 2021 fall season for Overwatch. Zeets and Susquehanna Township High School, thank you so much. We'll let you go back to your team to enjoy the celebration. That being said, Rich Red, we are back here now as we get to witness the victory from our team, Susquehanna Township. What a spectacular performance from them.
Absolutely. I mean, again, just as mentioned, it's got to be a surreal feeling to know that you've gotten to this point and claimed the victory. You can just, I can't imagine how they're going to be feeling from the rest of this year, really. I mean, they've got a few more weeks before, 2022 enters into the mix, but they are going to feel confident in knowing that they were able to take this fall season title, the glory, the trophy, and then also just even their, scholarship money that they get to use and put towards their education, which is, again, still a huge, huge highlight to this whole program in and of itself.
Yeah, $1,700 in scholarship pricing for the #1 team, Susquehanna Township. They did, and again, there's no way to understate it. They came in and performed the best. There was no doubt at any point, I think, that this is the best team here in the fall season.
Absolutely. And, with us taking a look at the overall season, I mean, you've been a lot more lucratively involved, even in the group stages, just to see the evolution of these teams and these players. And, as Zeets mentioned, the consistency that they've had with these players and what they have grown to be as individuals in this competitive scene is such an amazing thing to just really, take a pulse of. And again, even just like, Zeet's mom had mentioned, where it's like, the amount of effort and what they put into this every day is truly something to really admire. And it isn't just what some would say, you're just playing some games, because there is so much that goes into it on so many different levels, and what you have to sacrifice to be able to play at this type of level and to gain opportunities just like these.
Yeah, no, these players, there is no words that are, I think, sufficient enough for the sacrifice, the work, the effort. Again, it's not just about playing the video games, right? These are students as well. So they've got school on top of that. Just everything about it. Getting the chance to experience this grand finals competition has been a pleasure to witness. From the caster booth here, getting to see the celebrations come through. And yet again, once again, congratulations to Susquehanna Township High School, your 2021 fall champions.
We're going to be handing it off now to Bill Thomas, our PIEA board member, for the awards ceremony for this fall championship season.
Hey, welcome back live from Harrisburg as we just crowned the 2021 Fall Overwatch State Champions, Susquehanna Township. On behalf of the PIEA Board of Directors, all of our member schools, congratulations. Zeets, I think this trophy is yours. Here it is, your Overwatch State Championship. Also, on behalf of the PIEA board, we have a check for $1,700 for your program. Thank you guys so much. What a great match. That Manheim Township, let's give it up for Manheim Township one last time. A hard-fought match. Congratulations again. We're so happy for you guys to be here for in-person, a live event. We couldn't be happier. So thank you guys so much. Congratulations, Susquehanna. We'll see you guys in the spring. Back to you.
What an amazing opportunity, just holding up that big check to show that you can put it towards such a continued growing cause for all of these individuals. Again, just having that chance to put towards the program and for themselves as they continue to grow. And I mean, LaFawn, just being a part of this once again is an amazing opportunity, and to see it now actually be live again. Because like the Zeets had mentioned, you know, it was all from home in your own space, but now they are here together holding that trophy and that check, united together, and it is such an amazing opportunity.
Yeah, there's nothing else like it. There's nothing like competition in person. The LAN environment is truly a unique one, and to be able to call yourself the grand champion at the end of all of it, you're on top of the world right now. If you're a player on Susquehanna, you are on top of the world.
Absolutely. And again, that does it for today for the Overwatch segment. But again, there is still a grand finals to be had tomorrow for the Rocket League segment of this PIEA 2021 Fall Championship, where it's not going to be myself and LaFawn bringing you the action. It's actually going to be Kendo and the Danger Taco to bring you all of that action tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST, where we will begin the same time as we did today. But you know, from us here at the broadcast, it has been an absolute pleasure, and we cannot say enough how much it means to have all of those tuning in, being there in person, supporting this continued effort to make esports a growing thing for these students. But from again here, us at the broadcast, take care, happy gaming, and we look to see you tomorrow.